Hey, let's get started. Hello, all. How are you?
Hello.
Hey.
What up? What up?
Sup? Um, glad to have you here. I'm about to sneeze. I'm going to sneeze any second now. I don't know exactly when, but just be prepared for that. Glad you guys are here. We have another one is here.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm using the wrong camera. I don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna. I noticed that right away.
I can always count on Corey on checking my camera. Yeah, it's like it seems to be working. I'm trying to use it right now, and it just like glitches out. I'm gonna be figuring out. Sorry, guys.
That's okay. I mean, you just disappointed us, and
True.
now the whole stream is just gonna have to wait and
True.
deal with this.
Yeah,
and
I want to be able to see your crispy face, high resolution.
I mean, like.
I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry.
You need to understand, Hunter, that like this stream kind of relies on that beautiful mug of yours.
True.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was a bit of a surge when you started to come on. Okay. Well, hopefully he'll be back soon. And after that, we only have one other person that'll be joining us.
Clearly, he takes compliments well. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But yeah, we'll get started soon. But,
that sneeze and indigestion is coming.
Yeah, it's all over the. I don't know. I was sneezing pretty hard previously, so I don't know. Well, fellas, what have you guys been up to? I watched again. I'm just gonna be watching House of the Dragon before like the Reverie starts.
Well, I'm halfway through episode 2.
Yeah, I haven't got to watch episode 2 yet.
I still got to finish Game of Thrones.
Better get on that.
Yeah.
I won't spoil it for you.
I'm on the last season. Got 4 episodes left.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the best season, right? You know what I'm saying?
The best
for
season.
sure. Definitely the best. Nothing wrong with it at all.
I think you'll be really happy with the outcome, as everyone else was.
I'm sure.
I mean, I know it's like cliche to say, but like the books are really better. Like you should check out the books. The books are really good. Now books are incomplete. So there's that. But like there's so much that was like left out of the original show. And so much that diverged. The books are just so much deeper. Oh God, so much deeper. So
phrasing, maybe? Like, I don't know.
What do you mean crazy?
I said phrasing, maybe. You're like, it's so much deeper. I was like, whoa, Papa.
I meant there's a lot of penises, and they like go into.
There we go.
Yeah,
It does happen in Game of Thrones, from what I can tell from the show.
Hey, that's what South Park told me. So
yeah.
And they're always right.
And look, I mean, honestly, like, but there's a lot of sexual assault in that, and one of the biggest differences between the books and the show is that the victims they're older in the show. So
one of the biggest differences is Lady Catelyn comes back to life.
Well, yeah, and then there's a whole other Targaryen that's like taking over shit.
Comes back to life. That's kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. You're talking about the young. What's it called?
She doesn't just come back to life. She comes back to life and wants to kill all of her own fucking kids. So
she's wild.
She becomes a zombie. Yeah.
What?
She was in the waters too long. You know what I'm saying?
That's a definite pivot shift. I dare say.
Yeah. I forget. Now it's killing me. He was called something. The young something.
There we go.
Yeah, he's like working with the Golden Cloaks
Beautiful.
or some shit. Like, and they like come over them in the Hawk Bats or something, and they like take. Maybe I'm confusing two things, but like, yeah,
I don't think it was the Gold Cloaks, but it was another faction. No, it was like the faction from across the sea.
Yeah, it was one of the
why you're thinking of yellow.
Yeah, the overseas.
Yeah, like the Golden Company. Is that what they're called?
I think it's the Golden Company. Yeah.
There he is. Yeah, it's something like that. And then it's them, and then they have like a couple houses there that like immediately team up with them, and they're just like there's this other Targaryen that suddenly appeared like in the like what last book or some shit. You know, they kind of like allude to him a couple times in the other ones, but
yeah. So there's like there's so many more dynamics that are missed. So like I would definitely suggest the books. That being said, I haven't.
Although the books haven't ended, right? As in,
I said that before. Yeah.
No, but as in, like, from what I remember, like, the creators of the show had to come up with their own ending because George R. R. Martin. But I'm curious, how disappointed would you be if George R. R. Martin just eventually just comes up with the books, but he just copies the show because he can come up with something on his own?
Hey, I did tell that to my friend. Hey, what if everything that happened in the show is what Martin wanted to happen?
So what?
I don't think it's possible.
No. George R. R. Martin was one of the writers on the show for the first 3 seasons, and the show goes off a cliff in season 4. That's when he stopped being a writer on the show.
I also think it's not possible because like there's too many storylines that combine in the show that like there's characters that don't exist. And, I don't think it's possible to
Well, hold on. So there's multiple things. One, yes, he stopped being the writer on the show, but also they were running out of material, right? Maybe if he had kept on writing for the show, he might have been able to direct.
It was both. They ran out of him and books.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But two, right? George R. R. Martin made a statement about this, the show was going in the general direction of where he wanted the books to go. And I mean, it is what it is. And I'm curious if one of the reasons why the books haven't come out is because he kind of lost confidence in that ending, because of what happened in the show. But you need to understand, the show, and I try not to spoil anything from our friend Riddell here.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, as these motherfuckers know, I have a problem with spoilers.
A big problem, a huge problem.
I have a big problem.
In fact, it disproportionately affects your life.
I think that's a valid opinion to have. I'm be honest. Stop spoiling. What's wrong with you?
Damn right. See, I like this guy for a reason.
Well, wait, does Riddell know the lore? Does Riddell know the lore?
He doesn't know anything about me.
I'm gonna fill you in. As in, he has not watched the Last of Us series because he's in the middle of the game. And since he hasn't beaten the game yet, and he's stuck on the game, he cannot watch The Last of Us.
Mm-hmm. I thought it's a pretty reasonable take.
Yeah. Thank you, Gibbs.
I think that's unreasonable.
That's extremely reasonable. And you made fun of me before.
It was something dumber than the way that it's being explained. Hold on. It was because what he did say did sound reasonable, but I'm like, no, there was something that was there was something about it that was dumber.
No, but he's stuck on the beginning of the game. As in he cannot get past a certain point.
Oh, and I feel like it's been a year for you.
It's been more than a year. It's been 2 years.
It's been a lot more than that.
Then that's pretty you got to get over that, man.
No.
Okay, those are some pretty key details there.
Yeah.
What I was trying to go what was I about to say? Oh yeah, to our friend here, right? Is that what's happening in the 8th season is this is a fault of two things. One, there's a general ending they were trying to get to, right? Mm-hmm. But they didn't allot enough time. And it's something I don't understand. And no one has explained this to me. I don't get it, right? So there was the showrunners, right? David Benioff and David Weiss, right? The Davids. Benioff and Weiss. This is how everyone called them.
But I haven't heard this. I heard the exact opposite. I heard that the production team was trying to get them to do more episodes for the last season, and they were like, "Nah, we only want 6."
This is what
it's because they wanted to go to Star Wars. What I was reading, but then that didn't happen.
I'm integrating all of these things. In my response here. So yes, David Benioff and David Weiss, those two, wanted to go off and do other projects, right? They got hired, as our friend Gibbs just said, for Star Wars. There was going to be a Star Wars thing for them because they were such big, directors and whatever, writers. But yes, HBO wanted more, and George R. R. Martin wanted more. He's like, hey, I'll come back. I'll try to help you, right? So to have a smooth landing for this. Those two wanted none of it, right? And so you see this in the later seasons, but especially for 7 and 8, right? They're speeding to this ending, and like you got 4 episodes left. Like the pace increases to like get to where they're trying to go, right? And doing that undermines a whole bunch of characters and a whole bunch of storylines, and it becomes a complete mess. The thing that no one has ever like explained to me though is why the fuck we needed David Benioff and Weiss to do this, right? HBO wants more seasons. The cast wants to do more seasons at the time, right? They love the characters. They're getting paid buco bucks. I mean, right? Like a fucking Brinks truck is being backed up into their
there's numerous battles that could have taken numerous episodes that they put into like half an episode. That was like, wait, really? Yeah. That's it?
Yeah, and then it was like you had the whole battle, and then like something like MacGuffin thing happened, and I'm like, bruh, like this or was terrible.
Like, they're teleporting around Westeros, right? Like,
yeah, that was pretty crazy. Bad. I'm not gonna lie, but like, especially like Varys just be teleporting from Dorian to King's Landing, like.
Yeah, but again, why David Benioff and David Weiss? They could have just done more with another director, another lead writer. They could have just done that.
Yeah, it's not like HBO is broke. Like
HBO's not broke.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, it's not like this is like the number one show in the world too. Like, why would you not spend the money? Like, I don't get it.
Leading up to the end, I had predicted like everything for like the last season. Like going into it, I had predicted everything. I knew everything that was going to happen except for one thing, and it's literally like I was like, yes, I got everything right. I know that it's leading to the thing that I said it's leading to, and then the screen goes black and credits roll, and I was like, wait, what? No fucking way. So then when I heard all of this, I was like, all right, so that's the difference, is that they're leaving that for the fucking books. I want to get into it, but Radell's virgin ears cannot hear it. So, I think it's like fairly close to what he had.
Yeah, but, I think he had like a vision.
There is something specific that I had predicted that everything was leading towards.
I think it was like, like some of the general stuff is there, but since he doesn't have these other plot lines, I think it just didn't make sense. Like it just like people complain about one thing, like one of the big twists, and you're just like, oh well, if anybody read the books, you knew that was coming, and then it's like there are like hints at it throughout the beginning of seasons, other seasons. Like, okay, this is making sense, but like I said, I think there needs to be this like. I think that other Targaryen guy, I think, is going to play a role, right? Like in the books, that's going to drive the fucking, some of the decisions later.
I only read the first book.
Yeah, I mean, there's other shit that happens too. Like, I mean, in the books that like the Lady Catelyn thing, I think is going to make sense, like for turning some of these characters more because like in the TV show they're kind of like happy characters, and I think like some of the decisions like later make more sense if like they run into her, right? Like, and there's other people too, and like that, like I think it'll make sense, especially like with the Lannisters specifically. Like, I don't know. I think that there's just like little things that missed, and since those aren't in the show, it's like you're like, why did they do this? This seems out of character. But if it's like,
they decided to give Arya some of that to make her a bit more of a badass.
Yeah,
that's Arya is the demon. I fuck with Arya. She's the demon.
So, is that a good thing or a bad? I don't know.
She's cool.
Yeah. No, but is calling someone a demon is a compliment or an insult? I'm ignorant.
That's kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. Calling someone a demon is a compliment.
Okay,
compliment.
I'm totally ignorant on these things.
It's all good. It's all good.
Like a beast.
So I just like looked it up because it was killing me. Right, I was correct. His name is Young Griff.
Yeah, there you go.
A young man who was introduced to Tyrion as the son of Sellsword Griff aboard the Shy Maid, a ship. The company is headed by for Volantis to await the expected arrival of Daenerys Targaryen with the Golden Company, and more ships for her cause. But yeah, his real name is Aegon Targaryen. And they just call him Young Griff. Another fucking Aegon Targaryen.
Well, yeah, they actually like
not to be confused with Aemond.
I think in the last book they actually invade like a portion. They're like that's the start of the thing. Is they're
they're landed somewhere in Westeros.
Some little small area, but like
but like no one like knows exactly where like not everyone's like up in arms, nothing like
nobody knows. It just happened. Like
yeah. It's a good book, and I hope it's finished. And I don't know. I was just saying that what started all this is that House of the Dragon is like really good actually, as it is now. Like great, fantastic acting. Oh my god. So if you haven't watched House of the Dragon, I'm gonna keep bringing it up like every week because I'll have just watched that before I start stream, so it's gonna be on my mind.
Oh, can everybody do me a favor? Last week I got a lot of complaints about the fact that everybody's volume was drastically different. Can you go to your audio settings and turn on automatically adjust mic volume? Because I was even like during the panel last time kept trying to I kept raising the mic volume on my OBS, and then other people would talk and they were way too loud then, so I would lower it. But it's also that
mine's on.
People are getting. Yeah, okay, that is actually you are louder now.
Yep.
Okay,
mine's on as well.
Yep.
Cool. Yeah, I think it is by default. So I don't know what's going on.
And then the stream together link is in the back chat now if you want.
Oh, okay, great, fantastic. Yeah. But yeah, all right. Thanks for that. I'm going to. We can, I guess, get started unless there's something someone else wants to bring up before we jump in.
Well, I do want to ask how proud Gibbs is of the memorandum of understanding.
Oh, you're talking about that Iran thing?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're not even aware of the memorandum?
Yeah, Iran thing. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I was in. You might remember the reason I wasn't here last week was I was in Vegas shooting. So and then I have been a degenerate since then. Because I wanted to celebrate.
Oh, just starting this past week.
Yeah, well, not starting.
Well, extra celebration.
We listen. I am very much an advocate for being who you are, and I know after you, I do good things, but I gotta go be degenerate, and so I have taken part in that ritual per se for the last few days, and I'm only getting back to fucking shit today. So, no, I mean, I knew kind of vaguely that we whooped their ass, and we are going to facilitate the money to them, but we're not giving it to them. And I was laughing about that very much so, because I'm sure y'all put quite the leftist propaganda shill spin on there.
True, Lactoid did. He did.
Lactoid
and that
was
leftist
cooking.
spin, as you would expect.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they can. I mean, I wish that we would just go back in there and bomb them some more personally, but we can't all have everything we want.
So you think the memorandum is a win?
Very base,
right?
I think it was pretty win. Yeah, pretty good.
All right,
win.
cool.
Good job. Hell yeah.
Massive W.
Obama 2.0. Base.
I mean, I did like Obama's foreign policy sometimes. Like when he was blowing people up overseas, mainly.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right, so we'll leave it alone for now. Don't worry, we're going to touch on Iran eventually again. All right. So thanks all for being here while we get started. If you enjoyed our conversation on House of the Dragon, also Silo season 3 is coming up. Just putting that out there. Silo is amazing, guys. The new people here don't know that I talked about that. Tom, do you know about Silo? Have you ever heard of that show?
No.
It's on Apple TV, I believe.
Apple TV and Vidal, yeah, it's on
That's
Apple
the only
TV.
thing that prevents me from.
What's it about?
I want to subscribe.
I told you before. You were definitely here. You were
to my ancestors.
I'm sure.
Sometimes we
I
tune
was
you
talking
out.
Ali,
Don't.
but yeah.
Listen,
I got
have
Apple
a very
TV just
small
for
memory.
Severance.
I have no room
rid of
yet.
it.
That's the only Apple TV show I've seen. Season 1 of Severance. That's it.
Oh, yeah, only season 1.
All of Severance is good.
It's time to do it. Yeah.
Wait, season 3 come out? Isn't there?
Season 2
It's the whole show is done, man. It's time to.
Oh, I gotta log in. Okay.
No, they're doing a season 3. Am I crazy? What are you talking
No, it's not. Yeah,
Well,
it's
Season 4
right now.
They're doing a season 4. They released
think-
a third season, I thought.
Wait,
you might be right.
wait,
They
no, the
released
whole
season
thing
2.
is done. The season. I'm almost
it's not.
positive the series
Okay,
finale.
everyone is
It's
wrong
not.
except for me, okay? And maybe Prime. I think Prime was also on my
Yo,
side.
is it 2 seasons?
There
or
you go.
2
3?
seasons.
Oh, nice.
The third season is coming out in
hell
a year
yeah.
from now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
technically right too because I said I'm waiting for season 3. So
Yeah.
You're not technically right. You are right.
We have a shared goal.
Honestly, you're
way,
technically
on,
wrong
so
because you invoked technically.
Shared goal with who?
Hold on, we have
True.
a shared golden Kappa hype train going on, guys. So that's
Yeah,
good. Thank you all, gifters. Gift all your subs now, because
35.
that will promote us extra on Twitch because it's a golden Kappa, and that only happens a couple times a day throughout Twitch in general. So if you were ever going to give subs ever to any channel in the shared stream right now, this is the time to do it because we will get the most bang for our buck promotion wise. So check that out right fucking now. And
Gold
so,
Kappa.
thank you
Woo!
Yeah. Considered helping out the channel if you can. Helping out, Prime Kai if you haven't done so before. Consider subbing to the channel if they gifting bits or gifting. Well, gifting bits or gifting subs. Yeah. Now it's the time. Yeah. If there's a golden Kappa, yeah, we haven't had one of those in a long, long time. So consider helping out. To be awfully kind of you, if you could. But to our friend Ali, right? Silo, is about it's like a post-apocalyptic. These people like living literally like in something that looks like almost like a missile silo, and it's like underground. And this community like. They've been told there's a disaster that happened, right? They don't even know what it is, right? Just that something bad happened and the environment is like poisonous and they can't leave. And then something happens to get the story started. Like maybe is it actually true? Is the outside actually poisonous? Who knows? You start to understand like this little world that's there. Like they believe they're all of humanity, right? All of humanity is in this silo. That it's not exactly what they thought it was, and shenanigans ensue. It's really good.
Is it based off of City of Ember?
No, a trilogy of books called Silo.
Okay.
Yeah,
because there's a children's book I read when I was like junior high or something that has a similar premise.
No, direct from a book series. So this is adopting the third book in this season, and it's good. You should check it out. Anyway, it's coming out soon. Season 3 is coming out soon. There are other ways to watch it, right? Some people like to sail the high digital seas, right? Whatever that is, I wouldn't know. But if you fancy it, give it a try. I think the first season is actually pretty dope, and just watch a few episodes and see if you like it. All right. Any which way, let's get to it. Did I get something here? Okay, fuck, my computer's being so slow. I'm sorry, everyone. Okay, let's just.
That's what you get for sailing the high seas.
Okay. I'll read the topic then. A couple deliberately had children with the understanding that their kids would likely have a debilitating, painful disease. The father was born with multiple hereditary exostosis. I don't know how to pronounce that. Exostosis. MHE. This is a bone disease in which tumors sporadically develop on the skeleton. Most are benign, but some can become malignant. There is no cure for MHE, and a lifetime of surgeries are required to remove the problematic tumors. What do you think of people who make the deliberate choice to have children who will likely suffer from painful, possibly lethal conditions? Is it unethical to make such a choice? Should society somehow discourage it? For instance, should the parents have to deal with higher insurance rates with full knowledge if they made the decision? Yeah, this is a video that I sent these gentlemen, which his father talks about this. He discusses it. And he has additional disorders, right? But like the MHE is what he passed on to his kids. So like there's like lumps that form on the skeleton, and those lumps, like I said, they could be benign, but another problem is like where those lumps form. So I just like did a bit of a googling on this and looked at the Wikipedia page and stuff. Like those bumps can form in all kinds of places, and for instance, it can form in between the joints, which lowers your mobility. But they can also form on nerves. It's like a hype train. Hype train ended. Okay. Shout out, we got a level 2 hype train. Hey, thanks so much for everyone who participated, no matter where you supported. So thank you so much for anyone who bothered. So anyway, yeah, they can form near nerve clusters and be extremely painful. And there's also effects like how your body grows, and your limbs and all that. It's unfortunate disease, really unfortunate. And so this was passed on to the children, and I wanted to say, is that ethical? Now, there's two things I gotta say. All right, one, I kind of designed this with lactoid in mind. That's why that whole insurance thing was at the end, right?
So he's running. Just for the big time running.
Yeah, he ran indeed.
I was saying this is a lactoid topic for sure.
Yeah, I know, and he won't be here today. So that's unfortunate. So we'll just have to go with that. But two, I kind of got baited. So the father, the guy who was within this video, he responded, right? So some other channel, his name is Truly, right? TRLUY. They created this video, this mini documentary about this person, right? Just talking about their lives and stuff, right? But they kind of advertise it incorrectly. So I'm gonna read a comment that the father made within the video, and then we'll go from there.
On YouTube?
So the father said, on YouTube, yeah. So he commented on YouTube about this. Okay, so the father said, "We did not know they would inherit it. I noticed the title, at least temporarily, was, I knew my kids would inherit my rare condition." That was the title. I knew my kids would inherit my rare condition. And it is false. We understood there was a 50-50 chance, so we wanted to do IVF. And we had been told by my wife's doctor she may not be able to have kids. To our surprise, after 2 years of marriage, she was pregnant. Second child happened despite contraception. When we found out she was pregnant both times, we knew the odds were in our favor that our daughters would not have a severe presentation of the disease. The cancer is also so rare, a lot of doctors don't recommend the radiation of regular scans. They will not face the same concerns I have in life, as I have multiple conditions simultaneously. They will not use prosthetic legs because he has to use one. That's unique to my non-genetic condition. Like I said, he has a bunch of different stuff. Yeah. So he says that, unlike the title, that he absolutely knew it was going to happen, that it wasn't the case, that there was only a 50-50 chance. And he does say that in the video, that there's a 50-50 chance. However, in a later comment, right, and the reason I clicked on the video is because of that title, right? So, they baited me. But he does say in another comment, a separate comment, right, that people with MHE, do specifically have kids knowing this is going to happen, right, who don't follow his path. And he was trying to avoid it, but according to him, other people engage in that. And we also know separately from this condition altogether that people with other debilitating, painful diseases, specifically pass it on. Sometimes, because they want their kids to have it too. That's something we can talk about as well, right? So I just need to be transparent with everyone about the stance on this person, but we can still talk about the general topic itself, right? Hey, if you have a disease that is debilitating, should you reproduce? Is it irresponsible to do that, to pass that on knowingly, obviously, to your children? And what should society's response be towards that? Okay, so we'll do opening statements, starting with our friend Hunter.
Okay, I'm excited to go with me because I feel like I've got the hottest take on the panel. This is
you're playing the role of lactoid. Right?
This is I don't know lactoid's usual. I mean, he's a libertarian, so I assume he's gonna agree with me. Not that I'm a libertarian, but yeah, this is 100% ethical. I think it's 100% fine to have kids. I think very often, I've got some here's some of my takes here. If you think that it's bad or you think we should be discouraging this from society, that's like mild eugenics, but eugenics nonetheless. I think people who say that this kid shouldn't be birthed are Malthusian, solipsistic, nihilistic, depressed losers. That's maybe a little more aggressive than I actually mean, but I do think I stand by the brunt of that. I think a lot of people just sort of assume that these people can't have a happy life. And I think that those people haven't met a lot of disabled people. That's going to be my main ethical standpoint.
Go ahead, Gibbs.
I think that's it. Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, one, I guess I've been sitting here, I've been pondering this since you sent me this topic. And I really, the only crime I can come up with is, I guess, the knowledge, right? So I guess in this situation, they're playing God, right? So I guess they ate the fruit of knowledge here, and now they know there's a possibility that their kid is going to be disabled. Like, you know, if you had told them that if they didn't know at all, none of us would be questioning whether it's ethical, right? There would be no question, oh, you might pass it on. So I guess the only crime here is just knowing that you have a chance. You know, listen, I like to have sex. You know, at any moment in time, one of the people could be lying to me, and I could catch fucking AIDS and die, right? But I'm still going to fuck. Like, it's just really that simple. So, like, we're going to apply this to bad habits too? Like, no, I don't think we're going to do that. I mean, we might, but whatever. Also, I'm very, like, anti-eugenics. So I'm with Hunter on this one. Like, you know, as not a Nazi, I don't think that we should have eugenics. Maybe in some sci-fi capable way, we might need it one day. But, like, if we're really talking about having designer babies, like what they're talking about with genetics, like engineering in the thing, this might be avoided whole within, like, a couple of years anyway, right? I mean, maybe not a couple of years, but it seems like we're on that path where they can, like, avoid problems in the womb by editing out genes and all sorts of shit. So I think that's, like, one thing. The other thing is you know, also mutation can be good. Like, how does evolution happen in general, right? It's, you know, you have a mutation and then this natural selection decides whether or not it's a good mutation, right? So if we start, you know, by fucking eliminating all these things, how do we know that we don't kill off a gene we might need in 10,000 years or 20,000 years or whenever we need this? I'm just saying these are all possibilities. Like, you know, who are we to judge? And also, furthermore, humans as a modern species, as far as I'm aware, are only been around for 300,000 years, right? So, you know, I think that if you're, yeah, well, 6,000 to 300,000. I know it keeps getting pushed back, right? You know, but what I'm saying is if your lineage has made it this far, I think it's actually unethical to not continue that shit because your ancestors didn't escape lions and tigers and bears, oh my, just for you to fucking be like, I'm a pussy, I'm afraid that I might give something to my children. No, your ancestors want you to go and breed. Like, that's what you're designed for as a human. You're an animal. You're designed to eat, live, breed. So, I mean, you don't got, I'm not, no judgment people who don't have kids, but you probably should just for the sake of proving your ancestors correct for continuing their lineage. But that's it.
Okay, two quick things, right? Okay, one, yes, there's a possibility that these kids might, you know, one day, you know, breed X-Men into the world. So
you never know.
You have to keep that in mind. And two,
well, is that
two, you know, you could just like wear a condom when you're having sex to help.
Yeah, but that's no guarantee, right?
That's gay. No, fuck all that. No condoms.
Yeah, that's what he meant.
Like a 99%.
That's a better statement than what I said. I think
more scientifically grounded. That's gay.
Let's go to our friend. You can wear everyone else. You can wear condoms too, right? That's the thing you can do, right? Okay.
You could do that.
Our friend Corey, who was in the opposite square that you just pointed
No, seriously. Oh my God, it happened. I didn't touch it. Okay, whatever. Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm largely in line with what Hunter said, minus maybe some of you know, the charged language. But I'm a little bit conflicted myself. And Gibbs did bring up sort of what I wanted to bring up, and am going to bring up in terms of like throwing in a wrench of this aspect of genetic engineering, where it's like, okay, with this technology on the horizon, it's like, well, in this scenario, or if someone has the knowledge that their child is going to be born with some sort of condition, is it mandatory for them to undergo genetic engineering to eliminate that? You know, I'm sort of on the fence, or I'm not sure I have a solid answer to that question. But all that to say is, as of now, do I think this is an unethical choice? My answer is no. Do I think society should discourage this? As of now, my answer is no. But with the insurance aspect, well, I'm Canadian, so less applicable to me. But if I was an American, I would not necessarily be opposed, like if these individuals have to pay, higher insurance rates. That seems somewhat reasonable. I'm not fully opposed to that. And the last thing that I'll say is, not to open a can of worms, just very briefly. So Gibbs, you would agree that if we are designed to breed, right? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I mean that would be one of the purposes.
So
of
so arguably, we would be poorly designed due to the falling birth rates. Correct?
Yeah. So go out, fuck more, boys.
Okay. So
fuck wider.
We're designed for something, but we're not doing it. Makes a lot of sense. But either way, I'll move on. I'll leave it there for now.
Hey, listen, that's on them.
That's on who?
Get good, Scrubs.
Who?
Okay. How do you get good at something you're designed at?
Yeah, exactly.
Designed.
We're not doing it, but we're designed for it.
Selection.
It's like yelling at a computer that it's not functioning correctly. It's like, okay, well, clearly
we can get into it. We can get into it. Don't worry. We'll talk about it. Don't worry.
It was designed poorly, probably.
Okay, Riddell, you're muted, I believe.
Yeah, you're
Riddell.
muted. Riddell.
You're muted.
Riddell, you're muted.
I think
Am I
his
pointing in
whole
the right
headset
direction?
is.
You fool.
I was just
now
cooking, and you guys
that is
didn't
me,
hear me.
yeah.
That's crazy.
Dude, all of the attitude while muted, it was fucking.
I know, right?
The attitude was brilliant.
Just imagine what I was saying, and it was amazing. Just imagine. Is it my turn? My turn.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of co-sign the idea that I prefer a societal, especially a governmental pressure to decentivize childbirth as a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want the government saying, yeah, you don't have kids. I don't want society trying to decentivize people to not have kids. I do think there is probably an interesting conversation, especially if you do know that this can be transferred to your children and potentially have them in a, pretty unfortunate upbringing, to consider an option of adoption as an option. I think that raising that as a doctor potentially is fine, because at the end of the day, these people want to have families, and I think they deserve the right to have a family, of course. But ultimately, I kind of co-sign what a lot of other people are saying, because once we start stepping over that line where society / the government is determining whether people have the right to have kids, and ultimately, I actually agree with Gibbs, one of the most important aspects of humans is to have kids. So it's to continue our species. So I think it's problematic, and we are entering that eugenics territory.
Tom.
I mean, yeah, I think that it makes sense to probably recommend adoption for a scenario like this. It's probably best, but I even sometimes, when I think about the fact that like some Black kids might have to grow up with systemic racism, I think maybe Black people shouldn't have kids either, because that's just going to be a really hard life for those people to live. And then same with like anybody with ADHD or diabetes in their family. Like, I think a lot of people should stop having kids, and we need to rise up the Aryan race a lot quicker. People like this guy is kind of fucking that shit up.
That clip out of context is gonna go crazy. That's gonna go crazy.
They're just gonna be like, "Wow, did they have counterpoints on your 2 weeks in a row?" I'm sorry.
No one would ever clip anything out of context. Doesn't happen.
Yeah. Let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah, so I mean, I agree with everyone. The adoption thing for sure. I think the issue with when you get into like discouraging it, whether it be shame, whatever you do to discourage it in the aftermath, is only just going to affect the kid, right? Either you shame the people, the kids they're going to have the effect. In this question, raising the insurance rates on them. The kid is the only one that suffers, especially if the parent can't afford the insurance. Like none of this is like discouragement. I think, you want to have the kids, that's fine. If they end up having the disability, that's fine. Take care of them. To Hunter's point, you can have a good life if you have a disability. It's not like the end all be all. However, I think the only thing it would be is if these people, like, let's just say, find out their kid has a disability, have the kid, and then put the kid up for adoption. Then I'd be like, well, no, you can't do that. I don't know what the punishment would be on that, but I think that should come with like a reprimand or a punishment or a stipulation that like if you're going to take this risk and if you're going to have this child, well then that's fine, that's a risk you're taking, but then you don't get to put that burden on the state. And I don't know how you enforce that. This is just a feeling, once again, just based off like the question, but like no, I don't know if we really can discourage it right now, and I don't know if that does anything other than hurt the child. So
I want to push you guys on this. So
I have some disagreement already. So
go ahead. No, you go ahead.
With what I said?
Hunter,
no, Prime. If you want to take it in a different place.
No. Hunter, Corey, you go first.
It's our panel.
Hunter goes first, and then Corey. Is that Okay. Ollie, that I don't understand what you're saying at all. You're saying no, wait, hold on. Let me just frame the question.
Well, I can clarify if you don't understand.
No, but could I I'm going to show my misunderstanding, and then maybe you could clarify if that's okay. Okay, cool. Because maybe this isn't what you're saying, but this is what I heard. Yeah. I heard if you're a parent and you got told that your kid has Down syndrome, and you're like, shit, man, I don't know if I could deal with that, but I do believe that abortion is murder. And everyone's like, dude, don't worry. Adoption is always available. And then they have the kid. You're like, adoption is a no-go. You have to take care of that kid.
I am a little bit on the adoption is no-go type situation. However, obviously I'm not applying it overall, right? I'm taking it to the situation. In this situation, if you have a disease that's genetic that can be passed on, and then that's a choice you're making, I guess I'm being specific to this situation. Maybe if you extrapolate it out, I deny it or I go negative on it. But in terms of like what I'm hearing right now is like, if you do have like this genetic disease that can pass on, that can severely affect your kid's life, well, then I don't know if it's like, if like I'm cool with you like taking that risk and then like just passing the buck, like you're just like playing with life at that point. And I don't know if I'm okay with that.
Is the issue that you see adoption as like maybe a negative, like a, I don't like.
Yeah. Being put up for adoption, our adoption system isn't the greatest, especially if you're probably like a kid with a genetic disorder, right? I don't think you being in like a hospital or an adoptive home or whatever it may be, like you're gonna have like a good life. I don't know if you're gonna be taken care of properly or like to the best of the to the best of your needs.
What if the parent was mandated? I don't like the term mandated. When we use this as a placement term, to pay for fees for the kid while they're adopted. It's kind of similar to like when
like child support payments, essentially.
I'm still a little bit. I'm still not okay with putting like a child, especially like an infant with like a genetic disorder, in just like the hand of essentially workers who are going to be like drawn thin, right? He's not going to get the proper care that they're not going to get the proper care that they individually need that you would get from your parent. So like,
if the parent wants to give them up for adoption, I doubt they're going to get the proper care from them either. Like if it's somebody who doesn't want them enough,
and that's why I said like. Once again, that's why I said like I don't know like what punishment means. I don't know really what you would do. Sure. This is more of like a feeling I had. It's just, to me, if you're someone who has a genetic disorder and you're passing it down to you're willing to risk passing it down to your kid, then I feel like you have more of a duty or a responsibility to then like take care of that kid if they come out with that same disorder that you have.
I'm gonna push back on two different things. The first is I don't know if we're talking about adoption actually, because you continue to say like there's a distinction between adopting and like being a ward of the state. And a ward of the state is like you drop someone off at like a firehouse.
Oh, sorry. If you find a family to take the infant
that's
immediately,
chill.
It's just that's fine. But like what I guess is putting like in an orphanage or whatever it may be, or like ward of the state, so on and so forth.
Sure.
Maybe I'm not okay with the transitionary period between being adopted and not being adopted.
So you're gonna send people after the guy that drops the kid off at the fire station?
Sorry, say that again.
So like, wait, just to be clear, how far are you willing to take that, Ollie? Because like, let's say like
dropping the kid off at the fire station. Yeah,
he's
you
planting
jail.
a seed and he's just like looking down and he drops the kid off. Are you gonna send like Papa Gibbs and Ice to go get his ass, or like
jail? Yeah, throw him in jail.
Wait, hold on. Doesn't that disincentivize like?
To me, that's like close to child endangerment. Like you're dropping off a kid who has this genetic disorder that you don't know how to, that like most people probably don't know how to take care of, right? Like the odds that someone's going to adopt this child, right, and take on and incur this risk is kind of, I think, slim to none. When we have like children right now that you would say are like good and fine that aren't getting adopted, and so like it's you are just like putting this child in danger. You should have just aborted it. Like if you think like, oh, I think abortion is murder, but I'm just gonna pass the buck on. You don't know what's going. You don't know if this kid's gonna.
Yeah, but it's
survive
better
or not
than
survive.
dying, right? It's probably.
I mean, but it could die. The child could die.
Right, but probably the possibility of living is probably even better than certain.
I mean,
death.
it's the fantasy that you think, right? If you have this genetic disorder that's like life threatening or whatever it may be, like it requires a lot of surgeries, you're an infant, whatever. Like you don't know, you're kind of gambling if this kid's gonna like, live. So like,
it's a possibility and a possibility.
It's Schrodinger. No, it's just Schrodinger's cat at that point. You don't know if the kid's dead or alive. You put it up for adoption. You don't pay attention to it, right? You're not looking at it.
Okay, I'm
gonna say, no, I'm being serious.
No, I know you're being serious. I know you're being serious.
Yeah.
Sorry, two huge issues that I have. First, I don't think that we're recognizing the second order effects of the policies that we're saying. When we're saying like, oh, someone drops a kid off at the fire station, they should be arrested because they're endangering the kid. That is the one safe legal opportunity that these parents have. That is the other. Any other route is endangerment. What
we should have better. Well, I mean, like if you're going to have like an adoption and blah blah, you should probably have like better things than dropping your child off at the fire station, right? There should probably
just have more better
adoption facilities, drop offs, whatever it may be. If you want to have like babies be like put up, I don't think dropping them off at the fire station is the best way to do it.
Obviously, okay. This goes to a second point that I have, which is like
it's not the best way.
Obviously,
that is the
obviously
point.
It's not good that there are parents dropping kids off at the fire station. Obviously, it's not good, genuinely at all, that kids are being adopted. Yeah. Like I was having this conversation with a friend of mine, and she was like, adoption is terrible. I'm like, okay, I've got an adopted brother. Obviously, that was worse than him staying with his parents, but his parents were drug addicts and in jail. Like, obviously, adoption's going to suck, but it's the least worst option, right?
Agreed.
Like that's just a lot of these situations when it goes to dropping a kid off at the fire station. That's the least bad option, and it's a shitty option. But I can't think of any better option.
And my issue is that like you give the child the bad option, you give the child the bad hand, and essentially you get off scot-free. You suffer no consequences, you suffer no penalty. You just gave someone else a problem, and that's kind of like the issue. I don't think the kids are the only ones suffering in any of these equations, and whether or not being in an adoption facility is like the least worst issue, so on and so forth. The parents are the ones like not paying, like having any consequences.
I think the issue here is that we're talking about two different things, which is one, what is the responsibility of the parents, and two, what is the policy position that we should take as a state? Because obviously, if we just want to shit on parents who leave the kids out on fire stations, they probably could be doing better. They probably could be doing better things in their life. I'm willing to say that, whatever. You might disagree. But the second thing is, what policy positions do we have to disincentivize certain behaviors? And we have to come to the conclusion as a society that there are going to be bad parents who don't feel like they can take care of their kids, probably because they make poor decisions, but those people will make poor decisions. How do we deal with those situations?
Now, for the average,
and it seems like hold on. It seems like it's all we're doing. If all we're doing is just arresting these parents, well, then the kid is shit out of luck either way. In your policy prescriptions.
If you apply this to like the average
can I have
parent,
the
but this is kind of
clarifying
specific.
question so I understand exactly your issue. So is your issue the transfer process of giving anonymously the kid to an organization, or is your issue something like the parent drops off the kid like their cargo and just leaves without really notifying anybody?
Both, right? So I think the idea that like you get to just drop off like your kid and just like boom, you suffer no consequence, and you just put all this burden on the child
for abandoning your child.
Yes,
I think the sentiment.
Yes, for abandoning your kid.
So,
there's nothing there.
Even
like,
if you directly hand the child to like a staffer or person.
Yeah, now you go to a staffer, right? And especially in the case with this where there's like a potential genetic disorder that's being passed on, right? You're giving it to a staffer, you're giving it to a worker. who's then the kids are just gonna be put in a system with like 30 kids, 40 kids, 100 kids, however many kids are in this system. Like I don't know the specifics for each system or where they're at. That's going to depend. But then like the kid's not going to get the care that they need.
Yeah,
right.
Obviously, but like
well, okay. So then I think that the parent should suffer some consequences. Okay, at that rate. Why not?
Because all that does is still offset the damage to the kids. Like you're not offering any substantial policy positions that genuinely fix these issues. Like you're just
I don't think you're really going to be able to fix the issue of like parent.
Well, the point is that
being a bad parent isn't something you can really fix, right? As I think these people should, to an extent, be punished. But that's the kind of the discussion.
Okay, okay. I don't get what can you give me the policy prescriptions that you're advocating for?
I don't know. This is a feeling I have. This isn't something I've put into policy. This is how you would go about doing it, right? This is just
what's the title of your bill, Ali?
Yeah. Well, just to my point, wrestling with the fact that society's going to suck, and there are specific things that we can do to change or modify certain behaviors, but that like just pointing to someone doing something wrong and saying bad, and then just like throwing them in jail is actually like a really terrible way to try to fix solutions in society. And I feel like it's very small. It's a very like a small-minded solution when we're just sort of just saying these parents shouldn't do it. Of course, everyone thinks that these parents shouldn't do it. I don't think anyone's cheering on moms dropping off kids at the fire station. But like what like we have to accept the fact that parents are going to feel burdened by children. That's a reality of the situation. What do we do about it as a society? And I think it makes a lot more sense to just sort of have the least bad option, which I think is the current society that we live in. And sometimes it feels a little useless talking about these conversations when it's like, this sucks, right? It's like, sure. But what do we do about that? And it doesn't seem like there's anything tangible or realistic or plausible other than just like, I don't know.
Hold on, wait. He's saying that there is a negative here that you want to disincentivize, but the problem is that you don't want to disincentivize this because it is the lesser evil. Like it is the better outcome, and so the problem is that we're mitigating for an issue that we don't really want to mitigate for. We want like the reason that you're able to drop off your kids at a fire station or anywhere is because they want to make it to where you're not this like super embarrassed person walking into an adoption place or wherever, like, saying, hey, I suck as a parent, so here, like, I'm a fucking horrible person. Like, the whole thing is a process made for you to be able to just kind of give up the kid so that hopefully the kid is going to have better circumstances later on and have the best possible outcome instead of growing up with parents that don't want them but only kept them because they were too embarrassed.
So I want to let in Corey addressing the fire station thing really quickly. Yes, I think part of it is like the anonymized aspect of it, but like the practical reason why like we drop off children in the States, why we drop off kids at fire stations, because fire stations are everywhere, right? Like we don't need to open an adoption office in every town. We couldn't do that. We wouldn't. I mean, America would never support it, right? And for like 99% of the year, it might not be doing anything. But fire station is a ubiquitous piece of infrastructure across like every single town, right?
Well, you can do it at a fire station, a police station, a hospital, like as long as it's any of these things.
Yeah. There's a few others. Yeah, exactly. But like, these are ubiquitous infrastructure. That's why we say like these are term for it, enforced caregivers or something. There's a term for this. I forget what it is. But
I don't know. Put an adoption hospital. Put an adoption office at the hospitals. Then better. I don't know. Yeah.
I mean,
who's going to pay?
A little office doesn't cost much, right?
Who's going to pay for that, real quick? First of all,
wait, an adoption office at the
hospital. So the pro-lifers don't want to pay for the life. It's the interesting issue.
Wait, hold on, Ollie.
The lifers don't want to pay for life when the person's like, oh, but I think it could be murder, but no, I'm just going to have it and pass it on to the state anyways. They're gonna have it. They're gonna have the kid and pass issues onto the state anyways.
Who here was adopted?
The pro-lifers are the ones who adopt at the highest rates.
Hold on, Ollie. Raise your hand if you were adopted here. Just real quick. Any show of hands? I was. So listen,
Oh,
I think I turned out fine. And we also,
identity politics.
We didn't have no.
You just said you're a degenerate. You self-admitted degenerate.
Yeah, and I climbed myself up from the muck, baby, and we still are doing well. I'm just saying,
you should be so pro DEI, Gibbs.
No, we should.
You're literally DEI American.
I don't want.
What do you mean?
I want to win despite the odds being stacked against me. Then I can say, "Hey,
you're DEI American. You got picked. You got selected.
Listen, here's the thing. You're wanting this extra thing. We don't need it. Tom just laid out this whole very sensible thing. We already have this infrastructure. There's a plethora of options. We don't need all this baby back bullshit, extra adoption center. We can just take the kids from the funnel system wherever they're getting it from, the church, these other places, and then we just ship them off to one location.
Wait, Gibbs, I got a better point.
An adoption center.
Wait, hold on. Here's the issue. Ali, you're doing this very bizarre thing. Ali, you're doing this very bizarre thing where you're saying, I don't want to offload this to the government. What do you think? Like when we're talking about these like adoption agencies or whatever, that's funded by the government as well.
Okay, one, this was in very specific to like this. However, I'm saying that like it's not that I don't want the government to do these things or do assistance or whatever it may be. I'm saying that I don't want these parents to get off with no consequence for burdening their child that they chose to make, right? Whether it be a child with no genetic disorder or a child that they chose with a 50-50 chance, you're burdening the child. The parent suffers no consequence. I would like there to be a consequence for the parent, but to be fair, I think there should be consequences for negligent parents, even if you are raising your kid. But like once again, I'm a little bit extreme on that. So
yeah, I will say sometimes you scream conservatism. Ali, I'm going to say that.
Yeah. How is any of?
I'm a conservative.
Can you just let me hear me out? Let me say what I'm saying.
Because like
no. Let me just say what I'm saying.
What are you talking about?
The idea.
How is this conservatism?
Shut the fuck up.
This is national socialism. That is leftism. I
don't know where I stand politically. You guys are teaching me. I'm a conservative. Go ahead.
Let me clarify.
They just try to rebrand things. Words mean things.
Gibbs, this is why we can never unify ever on a debate. The one moment when we were on the same team,
like, oh yeah, putting kids in camp and having government control over them, that screams conservatism.
No.
Well, you know what screams conservative? Government telling parents what to do with their children. That's conservative. That is insanity.
Okay. Just wait, hold on. Can I clarify my point?
Go ahead. I do want to get to our friend Corey, but go ahead.
I hate. Oh, sorry. What?
You're pointing in the right place.
No, Ali, I hate you. Go.
Keep going. Hunter, please.
Okay, sorry. I don't want to. If it's other people's turn, I'm happy to take my time.
Go ahead.
I fucking hate this bullshit focus on justice rather than good outcomes. It's like, but
why the kids can go for adoption and you punish the parents.
Does it solve anything? No. Does it fix anything? No. Does it make the kids' lives better? No, but we must.
Well, we're not gonna make the kids' lives better, right? The parents are putting them up for adoption. The parents don't care about the kids' lives.
So then, deeply on just punishing people.
No. You can do the other stuff too while punishing the parents. You just want to focus.
Are you also in favor of arresting drug addicts for being drug addicts, arresting?
Yeah, obviously that's bad. They shouldn't be drug addicts.
Users, just for the record, no one is surprised the leftists here don't care about.
I think that's different.
No one here is surprised.
You being a drug addict on your own has really no issue.
We know y'all are corrupt, so Hunter's just
unless he tries to go out and stab people.
Well, no, I mean a lot of places are trying to make it to where
people too, so it doesn't really.
Sure, but what I keep analogizing in my head is safe use places where they make it to where heroin addicts can go shoot up somewhere, and they make sure that they use safely so that they're not overdosing and they're not dying. And I keep thinking of this when we're thinking of somebody being able to go drop off. It's obviously this is something that generally we would think of as illegal if you just go drop your kid off somewhere and just leave them there. But in this case, we make it to where there is a way for you to do this so that it is safer for the kid, because otherwise you're more likely to go drop the kid in a fucking dumpster or in a river or somewhere else. Yeah. You're the circumstances that we're mitigating for are making just way worse outcomes in the end. And so even, you say that it sounds conservative, and it does, to just push for justice and punishment instead of actually having better outcomes. But honestly, I mean, every conservative state has, child safety acts
That's
like
true.
this, where you're able to go drop off your kids. And you said earlier that like it's the pro-lifers who are all telling people not to abort their kids, but then they don't want to take care of them afterwards. But it is the pro-lifers, it is Christians and conservative people who are adopting at the highest rates, who are getting what do you call it? Foster brothers and sisters, foster kids. I had numerous foster brothers and sisters growing up. Like, they are the ones who are actually taking care of these kids. But
let's go to our friend Corey.
We actually care. That's right.
I digress.
We'll go to our friend Corey. Corey, please.
All right. So a few things. Well, first, Ollie, I think I understand where you're coming from, and even though I'm largely on Hunter's side, and Tom and everyone else's, I don't think they're actually truly contending with what you are saying. At least they're not addressing, I think, the valid concern that you have. As in, from what I'm understanding, it seems like they have a valid concern of like, a parent abandoning their child seems kind of bad and icky, and there should be some sort of consequence for that. Am I capturing the sentiment correctly? Okay, and I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I think, and that's where like I'm in Hunter's camp of like, this is kind of like, there are costs to having society, and this is sort of like a built-in cost. But I also understand in terms of why Hunter is saying like conservative vibes. What do I mean by that? Because I would argue you are maybe using a red pill talking point to expand, as in one of the red pill talking points is like, so I am very pro-choice, okay? As in like, all the abortions all the time, more or less within reason. But one of the talking points, largely from the red pill space, is like, well, they typically tend to be anti-abortion because all these hoes getting off scot-free and not taking accountability for all the sex that they're having and getting pregnant. As in, if they're using abortion as a form of birth control, okay, that's bad. You're not taking accountability. Okay.
Yeah.
And like, I would agree that if I came across someone that they had like literally a dozen abortions, assuming that is actually feasible, something feels icky about that to me. But at the end of the day, like, I'm definitely not in the favor of like outlawing abortion, as in this is just like cost of doing business type of thing. As in like, I don't think there's any good policy solution to the understandable aversion you have to a parent abandoning their child. Does that make sense?
I just makes sense. Ollie, though, with what you're saying, Corey, just in addition to that, I think that y'all also aren't factored in. If this person cared enough to like not get the abortion and have all the kid, giving the kid up is a consequence. That's probably not going to be an easy thing for them to do. Like, even after you give the kid up, like emotionally, like you do it. Oh, I'm not embarrassed. I snuck it into the place. Like, it's probably going to have some sort of, I wouldn't say positive impact on them, like mentally or like physically, probably. So, like, I'm sure that pregnancy's hard on women like, in general, right? So they probably have physical consequences. So to be arguably, Ollie, they've already suffered the consequence that you're kind of advocating for. Just
Gibbs, that is the most empathetic thing I've ever heard you say.
I'm not really sold on that one.
I don't think I'm about to say that sounds like a skill issue to me.
Humanize babies. There are people who treat babies like they're nothing but an object. So I don't think that really is a valid rationale, to be honest. I do think there's a consequence that's probably necessary. Now, I'm not exactly sure what Ollie is referring to in terms of the consequence he's referring to, but the thing that I mentioned earlier, when there's like this potential undue burden of the, having this kid, having all these medical issues, would you advocate for something like them chipping into the medical cost of these kids?
Oh yeah, I mean, like if once again, if we're bringing it specifically to this, I mean, yeah, then if you, especially when it comes to this with the MHE and whatever like genetic disease that are passing on, if you end up making that decision, taking that risk like upon yourself, and then having like the kid, and then you're gonna pass it on, then I mean, yeah, I think you are like the kid is at least entitled to have like the medical things paid for at minimum.
Wait, but they do. Corey. If they're wards of the state, then they do.
I want the parent.
Well, it's directing it more to the people who gave up the kid.
Yeah, but the reason they gave them up is almost certainly a financial issue. Like they're.
Well, then why did you decide to try
that applies?
So in this specific
because they don't want to murder a child because they're pro-life individuals.
it's 50-50, right? That you're gonna pass on this disease, right? Now you don't want to have the abortion, that's fine, but you really want to have the kid. But you took the 50-50 risk, and then after that risk, if you lose that coin flip, you're like, oh well, actually, I don't want to be a parent anymore. Never mind.
Your theory of mind of understanding the people and like their mentality, I think, is very off. I think that you need to understand that they genuinely see abortion as murder. They genuinely, and this is something that liberals struggle with a lot. I'm a liberal. I see it in my camp a lot. They genuinely see abortion as murder.
I understand they do.
I'm not killing a fucking child, but I can't take care of it. So I'm going to have to give this up. And this is
in one scenario, it gets to live.
I'm not saying they have to pay the totality of the medical expense, but just like child support, you should chip in. This is still your kid.
Yeah, but like
this is still the life you created.
I do want to get back to Corey.
People just get to do whatever they want and just fucking willy-nilly.
I do want to get back to Corey. I don't want to be like an hour before we get back to our friend Corey.
That's okay.
The whole point is that you get to do it anonymously, because otherwise they could track this information. They wouldn't do it. They would leave them in a dumpster. And that's what really pisses me off, is that like you guys aren't really grappling with the fact that like if your policies were to be invoked, there would be more kids in dumpsters.
I would like to go.
Yes. To expand, and I do have a question to Hunter at some point, but like to build on that case. So like again, going back to my abortion example of like one of the arguments for abortion, as much as like again, like do I want a woman having like 12 abortions as literally using it as a form of birth control? My answer is no. That's not my ideal society. But I understand that is a reality I have to contend with if I want all the positive benefits of having abortion legalized. And again, one of the reasons to have abortion legalized is because like if we outlaw it, this is the whole point of like, we don't want women having, back alley coat hanger abortions. Okay.
Agreed.
And so all that to say is I'm on your side, Hunter, but like there is something to Ali's concern.
And also, Hunter, what I don't understand from what you're saying here is you're telling me that these people are so pro-life that they're not willing to have an abortion, but they are willing to have their kid die in a dumpster. I'm like, where's the pro-life at that point?
Hold on.
Where's the pro-life? You're willing to have your kid.
They don't want to directly be the one doing the killing.
Before you answer, Hunter, I have a question for you. Okay, can you just?
Well, I feel like I have like three things.
You do.
Yeah, you should. So I'm gonna go respond to that last one.
Yeah. Well, I do have another thing that I wanted to bring up because I wanted to Ali's point.
I'm not attacking you, by the way.
No, that's fine. I'm not. This is a debate.
I am.
Like, I'm not. Okay, yeah. No, but throw whatever shit you want to be.
Just got tough.
He's a fucking liberal. He doesn't deserve respect. Go ahead.
That part too.
Incredible.
Hand washer of fascism.
So look, firstly, to Ali's point, of course, if I met someone, if it was a friend of mine or if it was a family member who is dropping off their kid at a fire station, I would, as empathetically and as reasonably as I could, say, don't fucking do that, you psychopath. Okay? Obviously, there is a personal level to engaging with these people, and there's a societal level in dealing with these people. If I want to deal with homeless people, and I knew someone who's homeless, my brother was actually homeless for a while. I'm like, here's what you have to fucking do. You have to get a job. You have to do all these things. Like, you have to find an apartment. It's not that difficult. Like, you have to be able to do these things in your life. But on a societal level, you have to go, okay, well, we just have to give these people money. And we have to operate on both levels simultaneously. And that's kind of what part of being a grown-up is, like, recognizing that there are societal responses and personal responses. Okay, that's to Ali's point. So I do understand that personal reaction. And I'm not trying to offload parental responsibility to children. Okay. I forgot your name. You've only been on like one other panel. Riddell's question. Sorry, remind me your question. I got distracted by the first thing I was saying.
You're good. So one of the things you bring up, which I understand, is that there are people who are pro-life who don't want to have abortions.
Sure.
But I don't see how that equally corresponds when they're also willing to throw their kid in a dumpster and it's gonna die in a dumpster.
Totally. So this is really complicated, and like I'm trying to analyze these people's mentality and perspective. And what it feels like to them is that there's direct murder and indirect murder. And there's leaving a kid in the dumpster, and hopefully it's going to be found by someone, and hopefully some police officers going to pick it up.
Schrodinger's child.
No, you're missing it. You're missing it. That's not what's happening. Like,
okay.
They're not an active participant.
Let me try.
Yes, exactly.
They are an active participant when they leave.
No, but not
dead
to
or
them.
not
You
dead.
can disagree
We
with
hope
it.
it's not.
It's not a disagreement.
We don't know.
Yeah.
Hold on, wait. It's not a direct participant. It's they are active participants.
It doesn't
Add in all the
There's a massive difference. Hold on.
I'm not justifying it. I'm just explaining it.
I know you're not justifying it, by the way. I know you're not.
Yes, he's not justifying, but he's saying that like there's a massive difference between somebody who like a judge who orders down a death penalty versus the person who has to go and chop off their head, right? Like those two people are drastically different. Just the
Even
same
though
as
they
all
both,
of the people,
that doesn't apply here.
All of
That
the
doesn't
all of
apply
the
in this
conservatives
situation.
running around chanting that they want to go to war with Iran versus the people who actually have to live with the death of all of these people that they killed overseas.
But again,
even
that
though they
doesn't
both-
apply. The person is making an action. Their action
We're directly involved in that action. I'm putting this defenseless lady in the dumpster.
Riddell, I'm pretty sure you understand, and most have this debate. Okay, as in, in Canada we have MAID, as in medical assistance in dying, and there are many conservatives and probably even many liberals that are against that, and they have valid criticism against the direction that Canada is going. But I've literally had this debate with conservatives in the United States. But as in, they're against MAID, but they understand there's difference. And they'll make the case of like, I'm against MAID, but if you just want to withhold life-saving measures, that is okay and permissible, because there is a cognitive difference in terms of that's what the active direct participant versus the intentional pushing of the button.
I think you can lie to yourself and say there's a difference.
No.
None of what you guys
that's
are.
what we're saying. Wait. Hold on.
That you're lying to yourself and saying
no, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. But you need to occupy a theory of mind and recognize that these people do believe this. That's all we're saying.
Yes,
you
crazy people believe crazy things.
Yes, you were asking how could these people exist, and I'm saying they do.
But it doesn't make them right.
I know. I'm not fucking justifying.
I can't listen to crazy to dictate policy. That's just not what I'm doing.
Okay,
So,
no.
Hunter,
you have to be practical.
This is my favorite part of the week. Is letting
my issue with this. I don't think
this is why the right is winning, because of what y'all are doing right now. Like
the right is not winning games in anything.
This is why I'm winning. That's fine.
Right is winning right now.
This is why I'm confident enough to say that in here, knowing about numbers.
I understand pro-lifers, but what we're explaining right now, pro-lifers do not think throwing your child in a dumpster is you not killing your child. Most pro-lifers don't think
that's like Gibbs' spawn. That's like Gibbs' spawn.
So what? This is something that I see happening a lot in both circumstances.
I understand your frustration, Hunter.
I go to the right side, and the righties don't know how to talk to the lefties, and the lefties don't understand the righties. There is an actual disconnect in mentalities between the groups right now, and I find it kind of interesting. It's really terrifying, to be totally honest, because what y'all have just done is y'all sat here and tried to be empathetic to the righties, and y'all tried to sit in their shoes, and you've tried to figure out the process. All right. I'm just going to say something. There might be some people that do the indirect thing. Corey does have a point with the indirect procedures versus direct suiciding kind of thing or whatever. That is a mental thing that happens, right? And it's frowned upon, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm not going to argue that, but I would argue that's probably a small percentage, and it probably applies more like late care life than it would have dropping the baby off of the dumpster. What I would argue is more likely is when you have all sides have mentally ill people, right? So what you're going to have is someone that's like a teen girl that probably had some sort of an encounter. She's going to be either hormonal, she's not going to be experienced, she's going to be traumatized, she might just be bipolar, and then they're going to have a family that's conservative, and she's going to be hiding the pregnancy, and not be overwhelmed and not have access.
This is a more rational
postpartum depression.
Postpartum depression, and then she's going to go kill the kid. Now, as someone who is adopted, there's also the added aspect of the anonymous thing. And y'all are arguing that that's a bad thing and there should be consequences. I would argue this is actually a good thing to have anonymous care, right? My parents, my real blood parents, they were anonymous, okay? And I had to go and hire a private eye, and I had to go do blood testing for 23andMe and 2 other things to find out who my father was. Turns out the guy's a degenerate, a Mexican that's got 3 felonies in Mexico, crazy fucker, the exact reason why you want a giant border wall, right? So it turns out, hey, Gibbs' fucking lineage proves this correct. And I can find zero information about my mother, but she's American citizen. But I do have letters from my mother. And it basically, when I turned 18, I stopped getting them because it's they did it to the agency. And basically it is don't come find me though. I have a family, and your presence would disrupt that, and it would hurt both of us. Like, I would be mad, you would be mad, it would hurt you, it would hurt my family. It was all these things. And so it has given me, thanks to this, has given me a chance as someone who's adopted to have like a clean break. I'm totally my adopted family's family. Like, that's like my family. That's where I grew up. Like, I was like lucky to have like kind of a diverse family, but like that was allowed a clean break. So the anonymous thing is a good thing, right? The issue that you keep bringing up, though, Ollie, and y'all brought up with the opening topic, is the disease factor. Right, if you're going to give up a kid to disease. And I would argue, once again, a lot of these times in these pregnancies that I'm talking about, especially the conservative, they're not going to know this kid's going to have the disease, or they wouldn't even have the testing, because a lot of these families are very conservative. They're not going to go do the testing. So I think that, once again, is going to mitigate a large portion of what you're talking about with the knowingly they gave a diseased kid up to like the firehouse, right? And like, finally, comes back to kind of what Hunter said at the beginning of my empathetic thing, is there already is a toll. This person's probably gone through a lot, and they're going to take flack from their family. Like, you're not factoring any of this in. Like, if you're a conservative and you're like, oh, I failed, I can't handle the kid, I have their like kid out of wedlock or whatever, and the shotgun marriage didn't work, you're gonna be like disowned. There's gonna be family problem. You're probably gonna have financial issues from being pregnant. That there's cost money. Like, it's not cheap, So you're going all these things, and then they give this kid up, and it's gonna be like all these things you're acting. And then I hate to be like I'm gonna sound like liberal here, but what is the utilitarian good here in justice? Well, justice served, they got the punishment, and then they're going to have the utilitarian, the kids will be taken care of. So when you're talking about this rationale, like, oh, I want to have the kid, but I'm going to leave it in the dumpster. That I don't know that anybody that's actually conservative is going to be doing that. It's going to be the kids rebelling from their parents. Oh, I had sex out of wedlock with whatever, and like it's not. These kids are actively going to be rebelling. Yeah, so like I think that's more what's going to happen. And then they're going to get to a point where it's just overwhelmed, as opposed to like, oh, this person is like some like 30-year-old or 29-year-old woman who's like raised in the Catholic Church her whole life and is like, oh, it's super anti whatever. And then all of a sudden, oh, I had a kid, I'm going to just leave it on the doorstep of the like incinerary. Like, no, that's not what's happening.
Well, the majority of these are going to be teenagers one way or the other.
100%.
Like whether they're taking them to the fire station, or yes, it's somebody who's putting them in a dumpster or whatever. Yes, the majority of them are going to be teenagers who are dealing with parents who are going to be pissed off at them if they do one thing or the other, or even they hide pregnancies from their parents for long periods of times and then eventually have the baby. But now that they have the baby, they don't know what the fuck to do with it. So they got to take it somewhere. Like, there's so many scenarios where, yes, it's going to majority of the time be teenagers who are having to deal with their parents and are afraid of what's going to happen with their parents.
And I agree with that. And I do want to articulate like my point of view here, because even though I offer the potential thing, I don't think it's really something that's going to be implemented, because I don't think this is really an issue in America in terms of people who knowingly have a disease that is life-threatening to the point where the kid is put in an adoption, and obviously a lot of problems could happen. I don't think this is really something happening in America, but if this was ever be streamlined, of course, I do think that's something to consider, because of course that's going to be undue burden to the system. Regardless, my preference in all of this is I'm okay with people, obviously adoption in general, but I would probably prefer with something a little bit more preventative in terms of, when they're doing things or making decisions, they know all the decisions that they can and cannot make before they go through it, especially if they know that this could be a genetic hereditary disease. I think that ensuring that they not only know their options, know the potential costs, but knowing that adoption is something that they can do, and obviously certain types of benefits and incentives to adopt as someone in their situation would probably be something that I would advocate for. But ultimately, the reason why I was debating against what was being said, because I didn't believe the scenario Hunter was bringing up. I believe in the teenager situation more. For sure.
We all believe that, but
that is the
Hunter's point is still accurate.
We just gave it more context.
Genuinely,
we just gave it more context. The same exact scenario.
That's what I was giving. Yeah.
But they're like.
Yeah. The idea that it's a 31-year-old Catholic woman, that's not what I was trying to get across. I think that.
Well, it seemed like it was an isolated, like, moral conundrum versus yours was more conditional based off family.
No, you have to consider the type of person who's going.
That's not what was said to me, so I don't know why I'm considering
in the first place.
I was told
we're saying,
isolated moral conundrum.
Yeah, no, we're saying that like the type of person who's going to drop off a kid at a fire station in the first place is already like in a very bad scenario where they're already like up against the wall to where they're willing to go to extremes like dropping off their kid. Obviously, they had the kid, so this wasn't. This doesn't seem like everything's going according to plan for this person in the first place.
I also do want to just say that, Riddell, I don't know if you agree with this or not, but like when you're like, here's what I advocate for, which is like a higher emphasis on like knowing whether or not diseases are insured, if everyone has the opportunities. That's largely the system that we currently live in. And like, I can speak from experience. I had a kid who we got some blood work done, and my first child he had like a 2% likelihood that he had like Down syndrome. And more information as like the kid grows older. Luckily, I didn't have a kid with Down syndrome. And like they tracked that very carefully and like gave me information on all of the opportunities. And obviously, I get to be pretty grateful that I had decent healthcare enough to get like very consistent support as I go through. And if we want to talk about having more, universalized healthcare, like definitely I'm in favor of that. But like the main thrust of the conversation, which is like, should doctors be more informing of parents of challenges that occur during childhood? Yes, but that is also what doctors are currently doing. So sometimes I just think we should give a little bit more credit to the society that we're currently in. Like, that's all I'm saying is like, and whatever, maybe you already agree with that. It sounds
I would agree with that. And I would actually touch upon what you said right afterwards, which would be expanding medical care in general. So people have more of the opportunity to access something like this.
Yeah. Let's let Corey in.
So going back to the question that I wanted to ask you, Hunter. So, we're on the same page in terms of like how you outlined it in your opening statement of like, in the scenario that was outlined in the video, you don't view it as unethical. And, I largely agree with that also in my opening statement. But does the calculation change for you if it's like the parent has the 100%? It's not a 50-50.
Yeah, there is 100%. It for sure shifts. Yeah, and it also really depends on the type of.
That's what I was going to go in the direction of like, so let's say using the extreme example of like a complex regional pain syndrome of like.
Yeah. Stuff like that where it's like genuine. That's just like chronic pain or something like that.
It's generally considered one of the most painful conditions. Like,
that shit. It's like fair enough. Like you really got.
Although it's not purely genetic, but there's a genetic component. But like,
no, sure. There's obviously going to be a gradient, and obviously like it's going to be extremely rare when we're talking about like a 100% chance of like deeply debilitating chronic pain. That I would probably say just adopt. But there, like, I probably have a higher threshold than most people.
But you are understandably pushing. Wait. I'm not. But you're understandably pushing back against the sentiment of like people seem to have like this foregone conclusion, like you're disabled. There's like a chance of a quality of life is. Like,
I think we'll have this idea that like if you have Down syndrome, it's like fucking no go. You got to cut that. And it's like most of these. I mean, like they're probably not going to be able to live on their own. It's probably going to be very, very difficult. I empathize a lot with it, but they're also almost certainly going to be happy people. Like the idea that life isn't worth living is pretty bullshit, I think.
Yeah, well, you're saying that, but then you're like, oh, it's seriously painful. Okay, cool. What if this seriously painful disease teaches them like, I don't know, patience, and they become master Oogway? Like, you're saying this shit. I mean, like, there's a reason why some of the most like influential people of all time in history and philosophy are people that had some kind of major debilitation. I think that's
we can't use exceptions to determine the rule.
No.
Sure, but the one thing about humans is we are exceptional, and you only need one exceptional human to advance society.
Also, fuck everybody else, but
it's law of numbers. That's kind of how it works. Yeah,
Gibbs. I think I agree with you a lot more than you think I do. I said my threshold is really high. I'm saying if you fucking pop out of the womb and you have a thing in your brain that just goes every time you take a step, there's going to be searing pains in your brain. I know you're talking about like Nietzsche or something who had like chronic pain. Yeah, chronic pain.
Or Beethoven who couldn't hear. Like, I mean,
that's not the scenario that
those are like not big deals. I mean, obviously they suck. Obviously, I empathize a lot with them, but they get to live happy lives. I do think that there are some very, 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 very rare diseases.
Well, Helen Keller.
Yeah, I agree with you. What are you talking about? I agree with you.
It's not even the same ballpark of the scenario that
I know. Like Helen Keller is absolutely, obviously, easily capable of living a good life, living a happy life.
I mean, here's the really one.
I'm not sure about
if I reframe it. How about hockey?
Yes. Okay. If I reframe it as in like we have like with almost like greater 90% certainty that your child will experience like the most misery pretty much most of the time. I think most people would agree that that is not a good outcome.
How much not misery do you think Stephen Hawking experienced on a day-to-day basis?
Are you? What are you talking about?
I'm just
Hold
bringing
on.
up
You're
these
giving the
exceptional
weirdest
people,
examples
bro.
of fine people. Like, I'm not saying. Obviously,
you think he was fine? Like,
hold on. Relatively speaking, with
Well,
the
no,
diseases
up until
we're
like his
talking about,
mid-20s.
obviously yes. Obviously yes. We're talking about fucking like.
The guy was a literal meat sack, bro. His life was literally the worst.
I fucking get it, Gibbs. I agree with you. I need you to think about this. I agree with you.
I know.
I think Stephen Hawking can live a happy and good life, fulfilled life. Okay, people with similar diseases than him. You have to go to like the fucking bottom of the barrel.
That is the bottom of the barrel, for the record. Like he's a literal.
Yeah, but
no, it's not. That's not
What
what,
are you
that's what they're
talking
saying.
That's not the
There's things that
scenario.
are
No
way
one's
worse.
saying, hey, if you're
playing
if
that
you have
shit
Stephen
where,
Hawking
like,
in the womb, are you going to continue
Every
with the
time you
pregnancy?
pee, you
No
get
one's asking.
daggers up your dick, and you die at like age 7. There's shit like that. Like, you could.
What if
That shit? It's like I don't know, man. That.
Oh, wait,
They're prodigy.
Gibbs, are you anti-abortion in every circumstance?
I mean, listen. Here's my abortion stance.
Well,
I don't have a womb.
wait. No, I'm going
That's
to use
my
your
stance.
stance. What if the parent knows the womb that
Such
they
a
have the
lib
next
sometimes,
Hitler?
Gibbs.
Should they go?
I
The
just want a
parents
womb.
have
I'm
the
not
next
gonna make
Hitler?
decisions. Listen, women got the right to vote for a reason. You know, I'll
So
let them
yeah, but
decide.
answer my question. If the woman knows,
You don't
if the
gotta
woman knows
answer. You don't
that
gotta answer.
if they have the next Hitler in the womb, should they go through with it?
Yeah, fuck yeah. let's-
Wait,
let's-
Gibbs. I saw a video last
Let's
week.
do it.
I saw a video the other day of it was an old Charlie Kirk video. It was a lady. She tells him, she goes, "Hey, this child right here, my dad raped me, and this is the product of that kid." And you're like, "Yeah, hell yeah." You
Hold
like
on.
support and clap for that.
I would too. Obviously,
Yeah,
you guys have
based.
the dumbest. I saw that.
Yeah,
I saw that video, and every liberal is like, "Why are they cheering for incest?"
Well, because
and rape?"
what-
I'm like, "Are you
what-
fucking stupid?"
Because
Do
what
you
she
really
did is honorable.
care?
She had one of the worst awful experiences happen to her, and she still chose to raise this kid, despite every day she could look at this kid and be reminded of the
Yes.
worst thing that ever happened to her.
Yes.
And she's still bringing.
Wait,
this
and
kid
so
to
she
life
should be
giving him a shot.
used
About
to
it,
then what? Tell that to all the. So then the women who do choose to get an abortion should feel shame and bad because
What?
that should be the
Okay, I didn't
protocol.
say
No,
that.
you
Damn
can't
it.
celebrate somebody
that's what ends up happening.
against
Wait a minute,
everybody
yeah,
else.
True,
That's
without
what
reality.
This
happens.
is literally like
That's
anytime
what
there's a
happens is
housewife
videos
who's
like that
attacking
get
a
used.
housewife. It's an
But-
attack on feminism.
Wait,
100%.
No.
videos like that
Well,
get
what
used to
Ollie's
then
saying
prop.
is not
Find out, we got a lot
impossible.
more.
Yeah,
confusion.
to like
Right.
propagate the fact that these like children's are a blessing, and you should not like to Gibbs's point. You should never have an abortion for any reason because
Right.
like everything.
Yeah.
Is,
Well, what's
No,
your,
no,
what's
Ali-
your line,
Ali's-
Gibbs? You haven't outlined
no.
anything.
Ali's spitting here, right? Like Ali's pulling the number. Like I agree.
Remember,
with
I'm
what-
not the empathetic one for the record.
Hold on 1 second. I know I
True.
agree.
Gibbs has been spitting
Like-
this whole time.
Well, hold on. I agree with what Gibbs said, like in terms of like the compassion, right? That a person can show towards a child who's obviously an innocent child who didn't do anything, right?
Mhm.
And still loving them despite, like seeing it in their eyes, like the rape and whatever, right? So I can agree there.
Of rape or whatever.
But at the-
disgusting.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
And it's also so funny people said that. They're gonna really
Typical way
start
for a
looking
man
like
to say it.
Yeah, you're gonna start literally looking like the person that did this to you, like at some point. Like,
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's also like it could have happened any which way because it would have been his grandkid one way or the other. Anyway, but the point is, the what Ali is saying here is also true. That like those anecdotes get brought up, right? They aren't simply exist in the ether separately, right? So that doesn't matter, right? Like it's not like they simply clapped, right? And then they forgot about it and they left it alone. What
so
happened
that's her fault for doing something good that like other black people are gonna use that as a weapon.
doing something good versus something bad, right? Doing something good versus something bad.
No one.
I feel like two things can be true
no
here,
one
though.
here
Insane.
is blaming. Yes, exactly. Yeah, no one here is blaming the woman, right? The woman.
It sounds like y'all are blaming the woman.
At least I'm not. Sorry. Let's do a
No.
check-in, right? Are you blaming the woman?
No,
The mother? Are you blaming?
Okay, you're doing the. Listen, y'all
Okay,
might
great.
not be directly
So
blaming the woman, but y'all are basically going, "Oh,
We're not
because
indirectly
this
blaming
is-
the woman
no,
either.
It's like, oh,
Listen,
this
hold on,
example
wait, wait,
happened.
wait.
No,
Listen,
Which
Can I try?
the abortion have been bad.
No. He
Gibbs, can I
said
try?
that is not what he said.
I
There's
don't
a-
think I
there,
can
there are
communicate
two
the
different
other
things here. It
I
did
got
that did like to be honest, that is what it sounded like, Ali, when you're talking about like people are clapping for her. Oh my goodness. Whereas like Prime is giving a more
Yeah, I'm judging the
specific
clapping
example where
and the
he's saying,
cheering.
hey, they're going to use like
should be
an
applied.
anecdote against other people to be like, this woman who got brutally raped, she could have the baby, so why can't you? Like that's like
Yeah.
Prime's talking about people like using a specific anecdote to try to now apply to everybody versus like Ali, it did sound like you're saying like, yeah, why is everybody celebrating this? Like why would you clap for this thing?
But I also
No, it's not even like why would you clap, but like the video of celebrating it, right? And like right now to like Gibbs
but
in
celebrating
Gibbs'
it
terminology,
isn't, like,
and Gibbs'
I'm not, like,
terminology is
going-
like we're all framing it as an attack on her doing something good, right? And then my argument is that videos like that, the cheering, the so on and so forth, gets flipped into like, well, if you got an abortion in that situation, that's something
So we
bad.
just can't celebrate.
wait, hold on.
Got it.
Hold on. Firstly, I think that it's bad to start throwing this video and going, see if she could do it, why couldn't you? And start
is bad.
shaming other people. I do think that that's a bad thing that happens. And if
That is
anyone's
what the
doing
video
that,
Compromise.
I condemn them. They shouldn't be doing that. But I'm going to speak very
That's what the
personally
video
here.
is.
Just no, it's fucking not. No, it's fucking not. It's not. I've seen this video. I know what you're talking about. It's so not.
Yo, can we see the video? Because I have no idea what video you're talking about, to be honest.
Okay. I'll recollect. I'll give my.
I'll look for it.
Yeah. But I'll try to give my recollection. Okay. It's essentially it's a Charlie Kirk debate. And
Good start.
yeah, I know. Sorry. It's always weird and hard for me. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. There's a woman who's got a kid, and she's like, hey, this kid was a victim of incest and rape. I was raped by my father, and I had this kid. And Charlie goes like, hey, like thank you for having him regardless. Like life is precious no matter what. Like I'm so horrified by what happened, but I recognize, and like the whole crowd starts like cheering and clapping for her. Now I'm going to speak very personally. I have a niece who was born of rape, and it's a horrifying situation. And I had a lot of empathy for my sister, and she debated having an abortion, and that's something that I totally understand. It's something I completely, and I'm actually fairly like kind of pro-life, but do I understand someone having that inclination? Duh, of course. Like that's a horrifying realization. But also, my niece is like 6 years old right now, and when I look at her, I don't think of him. She's been able to craft her own life. She's been able to become her own person, and largely we have left behind that horrible piece of shit that my sister used to be married to. Like that's the realization of the situation. And like, yeah, it's a fucking hard situation. Okay. She basically doesn't have a dad. Like there's no part of the situation that's ideal. Every single moment that's coming out of this, it's going to be fucked regardless. But I do think that like my sister being able to take care of her kid and moving back in with her parents, and like my parents being able to situate her, like that does seem like the best situation out of these horrible, horrific circumstances. And like recognizing that that's probably the best situation, especially with people who genuinely think that abortion is murder. Obviously, this is the best circumstance out of that. And I know you guys would just say, just get an abortion, but that's really hard and really easy to just sort of throw at people. Why don't you just get an abortion? That's a really fucking hard decision to make. And a lot of people really grapple with it and really struggle with it and go, maybe I feel really uncomfortable doing this. I actually do think that like we can build a life together, and applauding that isn't fucking like, I don't know. I don't know.
I mean,
No,
also,
I agree.
like,
But
Yeah,
Hunter,
I think
wait.
for that situation, I just want to be clear, and I know you're not directing this on me when you say you guys. I'm pro whatever she decides is best for her. That's her decision. That's
I
definitely
found the video.
my position.
Okay.
Real quick, I will say I co-sign what you think. I do think we should celebrate people who are able to get past hardships. I think that is a very important thing, and that's a very good thing. I guess the interesting thing that I'm sure now that you have the video that is worth talking about is like, what was the description? What was like the title of the video. That I do think that can.
I just had to find it randomly.
It was propagated on Twitter. Mostly.
Yeah, and I just saw like
so it was just something you just saw on Twitter.
Yeah,
I do think, which I should also be an understanding point. Like, for example, like Kirk applies to this, like Michael Knowles would apply to this as well, who are like in no scenario that you can probably insinuate that there is something bigger that they're trying to do with this video and a bigger political propaganda push that they are typically try to push regarding abortion when they talk about it in general. But I agree in a vacuum to like support the woman.
I mean, I do want to be fair in this video. In this video, the question that was specifically asked to this woman was, what do you think of people who say that children of rape aren't human or something like that?
Okay, well,
I think that's a weird question to ask. I don't think that's how people frame it or whatever. And that's kind of what I'm saying.
That is how
y'all are once again. I got to throw this out there.
Yes, because that's they're like it's a fetus, it's not a life.
Hold on, just throw this out there.
Well, like, that's what they're responding to. Just look at history. Now. Occupy their frame of mind a little bit.
I'm not like attacking you when I like roll my eyes. I'm like that's a fucking dumb thing to do.
But hold on, but once again, you're missing something important here.
When I heard your statement, or Gibbs, whoever said it, when I heard your statement, I thought you were you were saying that they thought even when the kid is born, they still think it was unhuman.
Right.
That was my perception.
Like inhuman. That's what I was. That's what I got.
I just want to throw this out there.
Well, of course, once they're born, they're human.
I agree.
Well, but the question is a child of rape, not the question is child of rape, not fetus, right? So when he says child of rape,
you're fucking doing this.
Hold on.
Ollie, get so angry so quickly. I'm just talking about you. Gotta breathe, dog.
I want to just say this.
Right,
listen. We only recently have developed these civilized morals, right? I want to just go on record saying I don't think any of us on this panel, statistically, would probably even exist today if we were just counting like all the people in history that have our products that are born because of men forcing themselves on women in history. Like I just got to break it to you. I would probably say the human race would probably not exist. Like,
I mean, okay. What I'm saying is you guys are making it a virtue. You're making
so hold on. You're making it a virtue
to endure.
Hold on. I just listened.
I don't get
20
your
minutes.
point.
Hold on. Okay.
Let me hear.
So okay. Now,
is this another design argument, Gibbs?
No. When y'all say things like, "Oh, they're not human," well, I guess we're all not human then, because guess what?
I don't say that. By the way.
Sure. And so when y'all are saying this, some people said it. I've heard it. So when we're sitting here going all the way down this list, what y'all are doing is the exact opposite. Y'all are seeing an example of someone's telling an anecdotal story, right? And then this person in the audience, who is like Hunter said, is in line with this. They're celebrating what she's going through. This is something that's happened throughout history, and it's never been acknowledged. Like it's like, oh, okay, cool. And they're acknowledging, hey, you've done something great. You have taken care of an innocent child that was not the product of this. We are applauding this. Now, what other people have done, like you, I think y'all are arguing, oh, because someone filmed this, and probably there's some infiltrator or something. They filmed this or they saw this, people celebrating this. Y'all turned it and gone, look, these people are celebrating this, and now they're going to use the shame. You're preemptively already attacking. That's what you're doing right now. No, that's what's happening. You're preemptively attacking.
Real quick.
And that's what you literally just did this, Ollie.
I know, I'm going to reply. I'm going to reply to you.
Let me finish. Because what you're doing is you're going, oh, these people are celebrating this, and now someone, you don't even know someone, you said there are people, and guess what? You're right, there are people that'll do this, but you're already, before these people do this, you're going, someone's going to use this to say, oh, look how they didn't go and sit there and say, oh, you shame this woman for not doing it.
You don't have to shame her.
Said that. No one said that at this
You don't have to shame her.
They all just applauded her, and you immediately went to, hey, they're going to shame the future people that don't do this for their kids, and don't go to operation. That was your immediate next thing, and you preemptively have done that before anybody has done. You didn't even say in your video, someone was sharing this and saying, hey, they're coming after it. You just said, oh, there are going to be people that do this. Like you're preemptively prepping for the attack.
So my issue is that videos like this, and especially in that sphere, get used to make it seem like that what she did was some type of like virtue.
Right now.
That's what he just said.
You literally just did what I said.
Yes,
I mean, who else is going to use the video? But my issue is that this gets.
You're doing it right now. That's who's using the video. You're not
using the video. So this is hold on. This is why earlier my immediate response was saying that anytime there's like women who come out with a bunch of TikTok videos showing that they enjoy like cooking and cleaning the house and crap like that, and they they wear the nice like 50 style dress. There's immediate immediately a bunch of women who are like, people use this for conservative propaganda, though. And it's like, but you're hating on a single woman who just enjoys her fucking life and like doing nice things
all
for
you're
her husband,
doing,
cooking and shit.
all
like
you're
that.
doing is
you're
telling that
preemptively
woman
mad at this.
You're telling that woman, hey, that basic thing that you do is actually conservatism, and she goes, oh, conservatism doesn't seem that bad actually.
Except for the fact that we're making the endurance of this situation a virtue for this woman, and then it gets passed on as a virtue.
It is a virtue. It is a virtue.
So then other women should follow suit. Correct. This is something that is for the good. No.
Wait, you understand that, like,
and then women who get abortions from the rapist should be shamed.
Somebody
Jesus
who runs
Christ, no,
into
it's
a wait, hold on.
The other one isn't a virtue.
Who runs into a fucking burning house to go try to save people, okay? Someone who runs into a burning house to try to save other people. This is something that we all celebrate afterwards, and we say that this is a virtue. They put their fucking life on the line for everybody else. But we always tell people, don't go running into the fucking burning house.
No,
wait for the
I shame them.
to get here.
I scream at people on the sidewalk.
Yes,
I tell them,
you fucking
fuck you.
piece of shit running in there saving their lives. You're going to incentivize this now to where other people are going to run in and try to save people's lives.
Everyone's going to be
die
shaming
doing
people
it now
on the
because
sidewalk
you
for
celebrated
not.
that.
Yes.
Okay.
Fucking 9/11 heroes are that's fucking bullshit.
I mean, yeah,
no,
I don't think that's
by the
perfectly analogous for some very obvious reasons, but like I
it's not like Roe v. Wade got repealed or anything, you know.
I watched the video, right? I think the video was worse that was described. So like I'm fine with I'm still fine with the kid and the baby and the mother, right? That part's okay, right? But you guys didn't say what happened after that, right?
But they were clapping.
Fucking Charlie Kirk. When this wasn't like done by an infiltrator. No, like these angles, like right next this person was part of like Charlie Kirk's filming crew, right? Not infiltrator didn't do this. No. They were happy to put this out. But
yes, for sure.
Yeah. So what happened afterwards, right, is that Charlie Kirk says to the woman, he asked her, right, like, hey, what message would you have for people who say babies conceived in rape are not human beings?
Mm-hmm.
Like, no one fucking said this.
Oh my God, we went over this already, Prime.
I don't think he meant fetuses, but said babies conceived in rape.
Just talk about a fetus.
We did not go over this. No, actually.
We did a whole spiel on like how what percentage of humans.
I screamed at Ali about this. Because
Hunter, I disagree with you though. I don't think that really is a thing that people say. They do talk about like.
No, he's straw manning.
And you're talking about. Hold on. Just let me get this out. I think that like when we're talking about like normally the argument is personhood, not human. But even if we give them that and they say that it is humanhood, like normally they're not saying that. Like nobody says. Babies conceived of rape are not human. They say that fetuses aren't human, but they don't specify that a baby conceived of rape isn't human. Okay. That's not a thing.
No.
Yeah,
sure, of course. But what, like, in their frame of mind, if you're a conservative, you go, that's a fucking baby. I get that it's 10 weeks old in the womb. That's a baby to me.
Or even a single cell.
And then
it's a baby.
Yes. But I'm just giving one example. Yeah. One example is a 10-week person. And then liberals say, hey, you can abort that person because you can kill them because.
No, I understand.
Okay, cool.
I understand,
I'm just saying,
but it's a
you have to accept.
Hunter.
They're
no. Wait, but hold on. Hunter, the disagreement is that one, Charlie Kirk and a lot of these other people are smart enough to know the difference. They've had a lot of debates on this. They do know the difference, and they are propagandizing it by strawmanning it.
I'm fine with this. I think that's fair. But
do you think he used the term baby very intentionally instead of saying fetus?
Yes, but I also think that he
everything's a baby to him.
Genuinely believes that it is a baby.
I agree, but that's why Kirk used the terminology that he used.
Cool. I agree that he could do a better job of creating nuance in the situation and actually steel manning the liberal position.
He did it purposely.
But yes, of course. He's a propagandist. He was a propagandist. I agree.
Yes, but the people say
right when I see this video will be used.
Okay. However, you guys are doing the exact same thing you're criticizing Charlie Kirk of, which is straw manning the other side. You are not providing nuance to the conversation, and you're not really tackling what conservatives genuinely believe.
I'm just talking about Kirk, though. I agree with what you're saying.
Kirk is expressing his genuine belief. That's the point.
Yes,
he is expressing,
and he's doing it without nuance.
But that is he is.
And his belief is to demonize women who get abortions, even if it's.
Oh my God! How can you say that? I'm Charlie Kirk and Charlie.
God, you're sitting voters to the Republican Party every day.
No, genuinely, Gibbs. Like this. I'm freaked out, and Gibbs is celebrating over here.
Hey, guys! First of all, you got a problem here. At some point, we get it. You have to be within their frame of mind, right? Like I've been agreeing with you for much of the conversation, Hunter, right? But at some point, okay, we got it. We understand their frame of mind. Now, living in that frame of mind, we criticize it. Like we understand what you're saying, what your beliefs are. We can acknowledge those things, and then we can say, okay.
Sure.
Knowing that that's crazy, and that's what's happening right now.
I'm happy to criticize it, and I'm happy to have an abortion debate. But I
don't think you understand what you're doing though. This is what this is why I said you're preempting, right? And this is I think the part. If this was some kind of Charlie Kirk TPUSA like troll job to get y'all to preempt, it's the best propaganda since Goebbels himself, right? I think they're pretty smart guys. I don't think they're that smart, no offense. But because what y'all are doing is y'all are preemptively attacking. You're saying people are going to use this value that conservatives value and other people value that aren't conservatives. A lot of people believe life, especially that aren't conservative, right? And they're going to say, okay, this is something a good thing. This woman's doing a good thing. And that conservative pops up. Now, what you're doing before anybody does anything, right? Even if you believe Charlie Kirk set it up to frame it this way, before that even happens, what y'all are doing is then taking this and attacking. And you're going, look at these evil fucks. This is how they're going to use this happy thing. And so independents and regular people see y'all do this. And y'all just look like bitter assholes. And it sends people to the Republicans because Republicans and these people in the middle are going, how can y'all just say this? All these people are doing is celebrating a good deed. And then now if they saw this after some Republican commentator had used it and was like, oh, attack these women that are giving up their kids or attack these women that are having abortions, then that's when y'all would be justified and tactful politically. But that's not what y'all are doing. Y'all are preemptively doing it, and it makes y'all look like douchebags. I'm a big fan. So
to be clear, I haven't been agreeing with Ali and the
Riddell?
I forgot your name too. Riddell. I'm sorry.
Well, you shouldn't have taken the names off screen.
I haven't been preemptively attacking. That's why I need to respond. You guys are bunching me in.
Let me finish it. So the points are maybe then your criticism is aimed at Ali, and he can defend himself. I agree again, not attacking the individual, right? Even though I think she probably has some pretty odious beliefs herself. But still, this would not be the time to do that. So agree there, right? But the reason why Ali brought that up is because these anecdotes have been used in exactly this way in the past. He's predicting that hey, they will use the same thing in the future. He's seen the pattern. He's like, okay, this is probably the next thing in that pattern.
Sure.
And there's nothing wrong with identifying that.
I think that it is a poor tactic. I think it's a poor strategy because rather than just wait for them to make the leap and then go, what the fuck was that? And then now we're fully justified because we saw the leap. If you just go, what the fuck before they go crazy, then we look psychotic.
I hear you.
Don't you think it's also necessary to address on one of the big thing that he said, in the sense that he is using the term, and you may be right in terms of saying that a lot of conservatives think fetus and baby is synonymous, but there's a lot of people who do not. Yes. And then people are going to have a preconceived notion that these people that are on this side for being pro-choice want to kill babies. So we're just obviously no. The important part is addressing the critique of that's not what these people want. That's not what these people think. And then there's a big difference in terms of how people think about fetuses and babies.
Riddell, what a fucking great point that could have been helpful maybe 20 minutes ago. Because what you could have done, instead of criticizing that the video was propagated, criticize the way he used language to facilitate a pro-life argument.
I didn't see the video.
No. The initial criticism though was that the people were celebrating the video. Yes. That was the initial thing that we were talking about.
I brought up. I did not see the video. Then then I did see the video.
I brought up the video.
I brought up the language of Charlie Kirk.
Okay.
That's the first thing that I brought up. What he said.
I brought up the video. I brought up the video, and I brought it up in a simple response to Gibbs when someone, I forget who was, I believe it was Corey, who asked, Gibbs, are you just against abortion in all situations? I believe it was Corey who asked Gibbs that.
Yeah.
And then Gibbs said, well, listen, man, my answer to that is I'm not a woman. And so then I brought up
Gibbs like to dance around when
I brought up the like daughter incest rape situation, and then I just described the video, and then so like which brings up the point. If I see this video now, just like I saw it randomly on Twitter, that means there's already going to be like little rumblings, right? Like Hunter, you were saying you saw liberals going like, oh, how dare they clap in support for this? And it's like there's so this is already like kind of like little conversations are happening. If you're seeing it and I'm seeing it, so like there's already little rumblings.
Yeah, don't we look psychotic though? Because I actually retweeted the video and I went, why are liberals' theory of mind so fucking bonkers that they couldn't obviously? Because what they were saying was, why would you celebrate incest? That were the comments that I was seeing and I was responding.
That's pretty.
So I think
pretty stupid.
I think the issue. Yeah. Okay. So I think the issue is what I was trying to say earlier is what that video gives. Right. I'm not saying anything about the woman. What that video gives is that it's virtuous to endure the rape that you went through and have the child. Because a child, regardless, is a blessing, and even if it's of rape, it can still be a miraculous, beautiful thing.
Those are all good things. Yeah,
I know they're okay. I know they're all good things, but we're kind of in like a heated climate right now, where if we're going to consistently host these up as good things, well, then like we are demonizing the women who would get an abortion.
No, we're not. We're not. And we
are
demonizing them.
Watch. Is a woman getting an abortion after her rape a good thing? Is it a virtuous thing? Is it something we should like that?
No.
Like, is it good?
I don't think it's a virtuous.
Okay, so does that mean it's bad or is it just neutral? Because when people hear that, when people hear that like argument, they're like, oh well, that's bad, right? And so therefore, the other thing is good. The other thing is and the abortion then gets demonized, right?
I wouldn't say it's immoral.
You're smarter than the people I'm talking about who would demonize it. That's the issue.
Hold on, Ollie. You're really missing something here, though. So, like, this is it's like y'all are just like not getting it, right?
Fucking shadow boxing.
Okay, just because
someone else.
Listen, is working out good? Yeah, working out's probably good, right? Is being the best athlete in the world great for that guy? Yeah,
probably.
Probably, right? Cool. But is that
not Michael Jordan? You're a piece of shit.
Yeah, right, if you're not Michael Jordan, you're a piece of shit. That's what you're saying. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you guys can do this to athleticism or like kind of like individual choices. But when we're talking about abortion, when we're talking about this being a national conversation, when we're talking about the things that are happening, when you say that like enduring the rape and keeping the child is a virtuous good thing, ultimately you are in the opposite end of the conversation, demonizing the woman who gets the abortion in a climate where people are trying to eliminate abortions at all. Then these conversations
all pro-choice people would agree with you say like he did a child. Hold on. If you're let's just say I'm
a pro-life person.
Yeah. So okay. Let me ask this here. Hey, since you're pro-life, right? Do you think that keeping the child rape and like raise them and then have a good life is a good thing?
Yeah, I would say that's a good thing.
Oh, okay. So what you're saying, like everybody's this uniform thing. You're like not even talking about people on your own side. Like some pro-choice people are gonna say, "Hey, this actually is a laudable thing." And so when you're saying like, "Oh, it's gonna be used," you're like I said, you literally are doing the "that's bait" me and just like going running with it. Like I don't know why you don't understand this. Like just because like one person's Superman doesn't mean like, oh, okay, I can't. I'll never be as fast as Usain.
Here's the point.
I never run like again? Like that's not.
Wait. Here's the point. Because Ollie is kind of incapable of grasping onto metaphors. So I'm gonna break it down and talk about abortion.
Do it slowly, please.
Thank you.
Do it slowly, please. because I'm noticing the common theme is you're misunderstood on this panel, not me. Okay. You're the one who's constantly misunderstood with the people. Okay. So I mean, I don't know if I'm the one who's
I'm gonna be clear.
You're the one who's constantly frustrated. Why don't you understand me? Why don't you understand me?
I find it extremely empathetic and I wouldn't say justified, but I would never criticize or yell or bemoan someone who gets an abortion after rape and incest. That is completely understandable.
I never said you would.
Good,
pretty reasonable thing.
But you're saying that people who treat this as a virtue are necessarily saying it's unvirtuous.
It gets used. it gets used to demonize women who do then get abortions.
Why don't
especially
you find those uses and then we
because those same
criticize
people who typically see that as a virtue are heavily anti-abortion and would use this type of propaganda to then push their narrative.
But why not just criticize the people who are using it against them?
Why don't just find those
That's
people?
not what we're talking about.
You can isolate the
to be fair, I didn't bring this video up saying, "Oh my God, look what they're doing." I just brought this video up as a reference to like a conversation. This got turned into this like whole deeper thing. I just
this is what the left wants. They want to destroy American values. Any value,
anybody who's pro-choice or anybody who's pro-abortion.
That's bad now. According
hold
to
on, hold on.
This is wonderful. Thank you for this panel. So much pride.
Hold on, real quick.
I am so happy.
To Gibbs' audience, there are reasonable liberals. Please listen to me. You don't have to be radicalized against the left.
Oh wait! Oh my God! I'm sorry. Oh my God!
Yeah.
Hunter, what is fucking wrong with you? Look at we're the good ones.
We're the good ones. Get over it.
No.
Accept
it. Fuck you, Hunter.
That's fine.
Fuck you, Hunter.
That doesn't mean you guys are necessarily the bad ones.
Prime,
it just
throw it at me.
The good ones.
I've been dishing it out. I feel like it's fair to get it.
It's been time. Yeah, it's time. Yeah. It builds up. Your liberal, like a worm behavior. I go to the conservatives. Oh, I'm a reasonable liberal, right? Don't worry, guys. We'll look crazy, right? Yeah.
That's a spot-on Hunter impression.
It's pretty good. Loki is pretty good.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
Yeah, like appealing to these people saying, I'm real, unlike like the left, right? The left is crazy when the left are the only ones actually having ideas, reasonable ideas to actually tackle the problems in our world. Yeah, you heard me, Gibbs, right? Like this to say that like this is why liberals are always so comfortable like reaching out to conservatives because
we
guess what? Your values are 1-to-1. Of course, yeah. There's so much overlap with you and conservatives because you're practically fucking conservatives. Yeah, you're fucking worms.
Yeah.
Fuck all you guys.
I consider myself adherent to liberal values. I don't think I'm conservative, so you know.
Yeah, well,
that's because you're a secret leftist.
Secret leftist.
Yeah.
I actually hate. I hate a lot.
What Prime does is he chooses whether or not he likes or dislikes you, and then says, "Are you a leftist or are you a liberal scum conservative?"
Piece of garbage.
That's the choice. It doesn't matter about self-identifying unless you're trans. That's the only time where self-identifying matters. Then, because I can identify as anti-Trump, but Prime doesn't fucking care. He goes, "I can see through you, and I can see your XY chromosomes and recognize that you are pro-Trump."
Well, how can you see it though? That's the question.
No, okay, come on, Riddell.
He's got X-ray vision.
We'll find out if you're a fucking liberal worm. We haven't heard enough of your opinions yet, right? I don't have an opinion.
All my opinions are correct. So.
That's what I think too. But
another sign of a liberal worm, right? Self-assurance and self-confidence, right? Smugness.
All day, every day. I learned it from Kobe Bryant.
Is endemic to the liberal mind. But we will find out. Like the more we share, right?
And the mask will slip eventually, Radell.
Exactly.
And all the hand washing will be revealed.
I don't need a mask. That's why you know my first name.
Yeah, you'll be if you are a liberal, one way or other, it'll happen. You'll start defending the fascists. That's just endemic.
I'll never defend the fascists.
Right?
No, but here's the thing. I have never defended fascism, but ask Prime if you've ever defended
You absolutely have. Exactly. You absolutely have. You'll do it again.
Every day you wake up and your main objective is to defend fascism.
Of course you
wash his balls, perhaps. Fascism.
Exactly. Okay. Anyway, so I can pull back. It's okay. We're good. Let's move back.
Hey,
I did have a question.
I've got to wait. Hold on. I've got a Trump hat. I'm gonna go find one.
Well, you didn't finish your point.
I did want to say first, like the problem is that we're extending it a little bit too far because it's almost as if we're saying that like just because somebody gets an abortion now, the people who are pro-eugenics can use any of the pro-abortion rhetoric to be pro-eugenics now. And it's like, yeah, I'm not going to criticize anybody who's pro-choice or wants to advocate for people who are raped to be able to have an abortion. Just saying that like, well, now the pro-eugenics people can use your stuff to propagandize for eugenics. Like, no, I'm just gonna criticize the people who are pro-eugenics instead when it happens.
Right. Okay. What it reminds me of.
I do want to be clear. You can criticize tactics. My only issue here is that the term good is too simplistic in general. So you can really come to a lot of opinions. Like they were bringing up some that I probably would agree with, because you could say someone who survived the hardship is good. And then you come with all these type of like perceptions on, you know, when you say if they deem this good, that you're thinking all these people who are employing something that actually is morally good is also evil. So I probably would kind of go a little bit more detailed with it, like those people who are trying to make it this a holy art thou type of scenario situation, where they're saying that this is something that the only people who are not godly are the only ones that would do an abortion, because look at this holy child right here. Like if they start doing that, I'm like, that tactic is very manipulative, and I would criticize that. You could criticize that for sure.
Sure. Well, okay, wait, hold on.
So that's just like an example of a tactic.
This is a really good example of something.
But that's again, we're saying you're stretching it.
Yes, yeah.
Like criticizing.
Really good example. You guys remember
I'm assuming that's what Ollie was probably.
Yeah, here's what it reminds me a lot of.
That's why
we're the OK symbol. You guys all remember this? The OK symbol, when like there were some people on Reddit who were like, we should use this as like fascist, like a fascist dog whistle, and the liberals are like, okay, gotcha, we're gonna scream every time it happens. And they screamed every time it happened, and we looked fucking delusional. We looked insane because they're like, look, there's a fascist who's using this OK symbol. And then it became a meme that every time you use this OK symbol, people just started screaming. And then
and just to be clear, hold on. Let's be fair. Conservatives do this as well. Like literally anytime I bring up slavery, doesn't matter what I do. If I bring up the slavery whatsoever, conservatives immediately start going off saying, white people did not invent slavery. They did not. Yes. You're a fucking liar.
Hold on. The Democrats did it.
They culturally appropriated it from the boys.
Oh my goodness. The amount of times I hear that in my comment section in my chat is so annoying.
Yes.
Didn't you know that the Irish actually had slaves?
It was culturally appropriated from the Arabs, right? White people never invented anything. They got it from someone else always.
I agree. The leftists in the time, back then, the Democrats, they definitely didn't invent anything. They stole the slavery from overseas and they implemented it. And now, just like the white people back then, they're doing the same thing now. And they're saying, who's going to pick our crop?
Nobody says
right now. Times haven't changed.
Nobody says white people invented slavery. Literally, nobody says.
Yeah.
By the way, Tom,
I know it was the Arabs.
I want to let in our friend Corey has been waiting. Before we do that,
Corey's been talking the whole time.
He never shuts up. I know. $2 from my listening library. He says $2 from Liberal Scum. Dem against Antifa. Love the content. Thank you, my listening library.
You accepting money from Liberal Scum?
Anti-fascist movement. Oh, Prime is not proud. I'll take it from conservatives. I've taken it from conservatives before. Fuck that, right? And if any conservative wants to test that, give it a try. We'll see if I give it back.
What if AIPAC donated money?
He takes money from DB. I mean,
that'd be like, wow, I love Zion, bro. I'm so excited. They gave me a new penthouse.
That'd be the only money you have to give back, Prime.
No, I would have. No, actually, no. It depends. Actually, no. I thought about this.
And it does depend how much money they give you. That's not.
No.
Well, he can donate it to another cause
because, you could just don't donate that, to
the cause is the Rolls Royce you're about to put in your front yard.
But if I could help Palestinian families with this money, absolutely, yeah. I'm gonna do that, right? That wouldn't get to them otherwise. I would put Zionist money in Palestinian hands, hopefully for some good. Thank you for the kindness, my listening library. I don't think any less of you because you give me money regularly, so thank you so much. Let's
W capitalism.
Hold on. My opinion of Hunter would rise significantly, but I don't see any super chats from him.
I refuse to give them.
Let's go to
because I know they're going to Palestinians, who I think should all explode in a fiery. I don't know. That's stupid. That. Anyway, continue.
Let's go.
There's truth in every joke.
Yeah, I know, right?
You've been outed. You've been outed recently, Hunter. So
I've been outed
Aren't you? You're Mossad
as a Mossad agent,
as per Dan Bilzerian's.
Oh, you saw that? Yeah, Dan Bilzerian said I was a Mossad agent. Isn't that crazy?
That you come from rich handlers. Hunter is part of a rich handler group. Did you know this? We're being handled right now.
Y'all thought I was joking.
Mossad sent him to you, Prime. They heard us. They heard us, Prime. We got too close.
How the fuck?
I told you the show was coming. None of y'all believe me.
Is a presidential candidate tweeting that I'm a Mossad agent? That's fucking
no
insane.
Congressional. He's not. He can't be president. He's Armenian. No.
I didn't say president. Sorry, I didn't mean presidential. Congressional candidate. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I wish you were. You
know what? Household name Hunter Kozak.
Maybe we should check his papers, by the way, before he runs.
True.
I'm just saying.
Let's go to our friend Corey, please.
So going back to my line of interrogation, Hunter, that I started, I don't know, an hour ago. Okay. I was like, okay, as in you had a line, as in like, yes, if the parent knows that, you know, it's guaranteed that they're gonna have a child that's gonna have the most painful syndrome ever. It's like, yeah, it seems like you're in favor of not carrying through with that pregnancy. But then adding in what Gibbs and I brought up in our opening statements of like, would you then make it mandatory if there is genetic engineering technology? And also, how far does that extend? As in,
I think I'm pretty cool with genetic engineering, getting rid of diseases.
For everything.
I think negative traits. I think it feels very bizarre to start gearing towards positive traits. And what is the distinction is a hard question. Yeah, there's going to be some line where I'm going to feel uncomfortable, but I think that it's okay to go Down syndrome off, right? Like when in genetic engineering. I think that
why should they be able to choose? Like, what if I want to have designer El Jefe baby, but then Bob wants to have Mr. Downey? I don't know,
I am going to get into the weeds also.
Please do.
Because I foresee if in fact this technology ever comes, available. I foresee some potential conflicts of what if there's a disagreement between the mother and the father, or who has the ultimate say, right? As in if the mother wants to genetically engineer, or the father doesn't, or vice versa.
Well, I think that those questions are already being asked and answered constantly. Like, what if the mom wants vaccines and what if the dad doesn't? Right? There are conflicts between
utero?
parents. No. I'm just saying. In there are parenting conflicts all the time that get resolved all the time. I don't think that this is the biggest concern. What if parents disagree? I don't know. They've been disagreeing for forever. What if a mom wants to get an abortion? There's definitely conflicts of
deep
ethical, whatever. Yeah.
I
don't see that as a concern.
That's something the parents will have to figure out for sure.
Yeah.
But anyway, continuing my line of questioning, as in so use negative traits and you brought up Down syndrome and all that stuff. And it's I understand it's difficult to flesh out, but is there any disease or condition that you can foresee or that you're aware of? Actually, for this one, it's mild enough that probably not required, or should not be mandatory.
What about dwarfism?
I think it's genuinely probably okay to. I think the few ones are ones that could have some upside, right? Maybe autism. Maybe it's okay that there's some people with autistic behaviors because they're really good at coding or something like that.
Oh my god!
Sorry, whatever. I don't care that I said it,
bro.
Yeah. But just I think on a realistic level, obviously, there's a lot more debilitating forms of autism that I think that it'd be fine to gear away from. I think the question that we should be having is, if you could take a pill that would ensure that your baby gets as healthy as possible, wouldn't you take it? And if not, what is the what is the distinction between genetic engineering and that? It seems like we're just a lot better at that than.
Yeah. So again, I'm going to sort of maybe try to get into the weeds because I agree with the pill makes things easier, but that's where at least again, if let's say, for example, it sounds let's say if a parent knows, okay, that their child is going to be born with, let's say, cystic fibrosis. Yeah. It seems like you're probably on board with that.
I don't know cystic fibrosis enough.
But it's a very severe. They typically require lung, transplants, or
holes
severe
in their
lung
lungs
issues.
Or something like that.
And they have a pretty debilitating disease.
Yes, and they definitely have higher mortality rates and life expectancy. I think the average life expectancy these days, things like 50 to 60. Depending on where you are, actually. But let's say given somewhat severe consequences, but then if it's mandatory, but then if that requires a medical procedure and the woman refuses, like, how do you, or like, it should be like, we either terminate this pregnancy or we have to strap you down and administer this genetic engineering.
I think that it's probably like in a perfectly ideal world, in which everyone does the thing that they should be doing. Yeah, they should genetically engineer against it. I'm usually against government mandates because it tends to restrict autonomy, which it seems like people really value, and seems like something that would get a lot more negative consequences because people would really freak out and not trust the government, and there'd be a lot of like social corrosion. But on the basic terms of like, should they do it, I would say yes. Does that make sense?
I think I understand, but like, if it needs to get to the point of like this woman is refusing your mandate, and it actually requires like it's a medical procedure, not a pill. And I foresee it's probably going to be.
Wait, sorry. Are we saying this is in vitro and these are like we're doing?
Yeah, it will probably be in vitro. Yes.
That's a good question. Because I'm comparing this to what if a kid needs life-saving surgery and the mom refuses, and in that answer I'm like, fucking forget it, who cares? Like, no, the mom doesn't get a choice. That like, you got to take that kid and do that life-saving emergency. I don't care about your religious beliefs. Put fucking blood in them. I don't care.
Yeah, and we have cases like that in Canada of like, Jehovah's Witnesses. Children. Yeah,
because they don't. It's against their belief system.
Fucking pesky Jehovah's Witnesses. Holy shit. Yeah.
Yeah. I
love when the Jehovah's Witnesses come by. I tell them come on in, and I'm like, let's have a fucking discussion, and it's the highlight of my day.
Let's get degenerate.
Yeah, they leave railing lines and doing crimes, and when they came in and be spreading the word, it's crazy.
I'm a big believer in fuck your freedom of religion. Like, if you're hurting other people, I don't care. Waco, Texas was fully justified. Sorry, Gibbs.
If it's a
you might be able.
The Branch Davidian claim continues. God damn it.
Yeah, no, but like, if you're harming another person, and so like it seems like it's the same situation in that there's a life-saving surgery, and that like the mom is refusing, but it also feels different.
I agree.
There might be something intangible. It's kind of like that direct indirect thing where like sometimes we just kind of have to let indirect murders happen and be okay with it, because clearly there's something psychologically different, even though like ontologically they might be the same thing.
As in like strapping this woman down and forcing the medical procedure on her, like something seems off about that, or like you have to accept that as collateral damage. Okay.
Yeah. And it's a good question. It's a good question.
I'd like to pull this back to I think your questions are valuable. Talking about hypothetically, if we have this technology, and we've done it before, and we'll do it again in the future. But I think there's plenty to talk about, like now.
Sure. Shifted. Sorry, I'm not trying to bog down. Now. Go. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Fred. No, I appreciate you're cheerleading me here. Okay. Sorry.
Hunter concedes all moderating responsibilities to you, Prime. Go for it.
I'm just trying to whatever. I'm trying to be okay. Continue.
You're trying to be helpful. No, that's cool. That's cool, friend. This scenario that I'm talking about has come up before. We've talked about this before. Our friend Corey will remember this. Our friend Gibbs should probably remember this as well. We talked about this before, but I want to bring it up again, right? The deaf community. The deaf community, in case you don't know, has its own culture, like a parallel culture to the rest of us. They got their own entertainment, they got their own celebrities, probably like their own social media influencers, I'm sure. They have like a completely parallel culture to the rest of us. And a very interesting thing is that some deaf people want their children to be deaf, because they know if they are born hearing, right, that they won't be able to I mean, they'll try, right, to like integrate them, but like they're just going to like integrate with the wider society, right, with all the rest of us. They are going to be separate from them, and like that'll put a barrier up. So to avoid that, like, hey, I want a deaf baby, and maybe having a baby, like, trying to have a baby with another deaf person, or something, whatever methods they use. So like, is that ethical? Is it ethical to say specifically that this child will lose one of their senses, will never have one of their senses, because what you want them to appreciate the same media you appreciate? You want them to laugh at your jokes? Do you want them to what? Just so, I don't know, man.
Or more or less be forced to use sign, right? And therefore,
right, because that's the really weird fucking thing about this conversation. Sorry. I interjected and then I apologize. Like that's fucking that's like the apology was useful.
You're good.
Obviously fucking not, because the kid can just, it's actually really good to be involved in multiple cultures, and the kid should probably learn ASL, or maybe not ASL, maybe a different type of sign language if they're in a different region.
I like
fucking learn to talk to your parents.
Do you remember? I feel like there was maybe some people said that, but I thought the predominant thing that they were saying was that they didn't like the genetic editing because it would like preclude them. Oh, if they're deaf by like genetics, they're gonna go and fix that. And they're saying, no, we shouldn't do that. This is not like a burden. This is like something that is like a culture. We like
that's another part of it. Yeah.
And so not necessarily like going in there like, hey, we're gonna change the gene to make them deaf. I mean, I guess they could do that, but I feel like going in there and changing it so they're not deaf when it's like a gene. And this kind of comes back to the mutation thing, and like the other thing I was talking about is like I have severe concern. I'm sure that we'll have to do some sort of eugenics for space colonies, right? I'm not exactly sure. I'm sure or some kind of genetic tampering for like living on different worlds. I'm sure it's just gonna be necessary. Like that's not really my field of expertise, but like I have like very real concerns whenever we start going in here and start playing with the genetics, and like we don't know what the long-term ramifications. Like, I mean, for how many decades did we not really know what the appendix did? Now we're like, oh, it's like I guess the current prevailing theory is what, that it's like keeps good bacteria in there and stuff, and that's why it bursts. If it goes bad, I don't really listen. Like I said, I'm not a biologist by any means, but like they're like, how often do we find out we didn't know shit about this thing that we thought? And the minute we go there, start tampering. Okay, well they have like a 4% likelihood of this thing trade. Let's cut it out, and then we realize later, oh well, we cut this out of everybody. Oh, it's something we need. Like I very concerned about that. I think that's what we should be worried about.
Yeah, and to be clear, I wasn't talking about genetic testing. I was talking about natural births within the deaf community. Just in case there was any confusion.
Yeah. So I mean,
no,
I would say
you already. Go ahead.
All right, I would say I pretty much co-sign what Hunter was saying. For the most part, I think it would be kind of crazy if a parent is doing something to the kid to make them deaf. They can want it all they want. Of course, there is this want for your child to be like you and be in the same environment as you. That feeling is undeniable. But at the same time, the child will assimilate to what you got going on, learning sign language, because that's how children work for the most part. And they'll be able to communicate with you and all that stuff. And then, of course, they're going to go out and experience the rest of the world, which is perfectly fine because they're an individual. So I don't really think there's a good argument.
Can I push back on you a little bit here, friend? Two things. One, I need you to define doing something to your child, because what I laid out, like the parents were just fucking, right? They fucked, and then they have a baby. As far as I know, that's the way that.
Oh, then what's the point of them wanting the child deaf?
For all the reasons that I said previously.
No,
bullshit reasons.
No, he's saying.
Wait, I think
the child become deaf.
I think so if you have a deaf child, right, you probably don't encourage them to get like a hearing aid or something. You're against these things in, like within the household, right? So you would keep, like, I would assume, like, obviously you would want a deaf child, but you can't make your child deaf. But I would assume it would be like not regulating their deafness. So you wouldn't genetically cure them. Congenital deafness, get a hearing aid, so on and so forth.
Yeah,
but you could also just have
born deaf.
Yeah, you can be born deaf, right? That's
100%.
why I was going yeah. So you don't have to do.
They wouldn't cure that deafness.
You don't have to do a thing.
Yeah.
So
it needs to be
I'm
cured.
trying to understand the hypothetical, to be honest, because
it's not hypothetical.
I'm trying to understand your query. My thing is, you're asking me about like the parents and how I feel about them wanting the child death. They can want it all they want. If they can't do anything about it, then what's the
I don't think you should want it either. I think that's my opinion. I think that it's bad to want it.
So like it's
That's my hot take.
It's wanting and then making it happen. Why? Through fucking, right? So like if it's like if the genetic math, right, equals like if you have two deaf parents who have like this congenital deaf disease, right, and you have that means your child has a 90% chance of having.
You're just taking the same scenario from the initial one and then just saying, but what if instead of them having this debilitating disease, they instead are deaf?
Yeah, I mean, if they want to have kids,
no, but it's slightly different for a really important reason, which is the culture that is. There's not a cancer culture, or maybe there is. I don't fucking know, but there's definitely a deaf culture. Yeah, very, very. There's a deaf culture for sure. Like, and I do know that like there's a lot of different habits. It's not just speaking a language. Like it is a culture that's wrapped up in it. Like the way they treat names is very sacred. I don't know if you guys know a lot about like deaf culture, but like there's also like this really big advocacy about like of like communicating literally everything that you see, because it's not your job to filter what other people see. They have a lot of sacredness when it comes to names. Like oftentimes you spell it out, but if you have like some people have like symbols or something like that, once you get a symbol that can only be invoked upon you by someone who's deaf, like there's a lot of like very interesting cultures to deaf communities.
Like saying the N-word.
What? I missed that. What are you saying?
I'm not allowed to say the N-word. I'm not allowed to use that person's symbol. I'm not allowed to do all sorts of
No, you can't. You can use their symbol, but you can't be given a symbol. If you aren't part of the deaf community, they spell out your name. You don't have a symbol.
Will they beat me up? That's the question.
No, you'll be. Come on.
Like my friend's name, they did like Emily, they did like E, and then like her hair.
No, but
she flicks her hair.
To my point, I think a lot of deaf people are like, I want my children to be a part of this. This is a really beautiful thing. Like there's a lot of understanding. It's a completely different culture. And to their point, I think that it makes sense. But I don't know. Do you guys know what Polari is?
No.
It's a language by gay people back in the like 1950s when it was criminalized.
Would you say like an expert in this language?
No.
Studied extensively.
Okay. No, but there was.
How does it work? Like,
there was a distinct underground gay culture, and because it was criminalized, there was a lot of like culture and language that they genuinely spoke.
I understand what you're saying.
To sort of like go under like police officers' eyes. Now, that's a really cool situation that they have a unique culture, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't legalize gay marriage. Does that make sense? Like, even though that disrupts their culture in a sense, it also lifts them up in the process and like sort of like I don't know. I find like that's
one at a time. My stance, real quick. I do want to put it out there. Now that I understand what you're asking, if they want to have a kid to be in their culture by fucking, I'm okay with it. I don't care. It's your choice. You want to have a kid, go ahead. I do think the same logic applies, like understanding if the possibility of your kid being deaf, you can consider adoption. But in this scenario, they won't consider adoption because they want a deaf kid. If that's their choice,
they're going to go seek
wait, to press you on it, like if we have the technology to correct it, would you make it mandatory for them to correct it?
Make it mandatory for them to genetically
which is really the conversation.
So the Forever War.
Well, that's what he just asked.
I'm still asking it.
So the Forever War. If you've ever read the Forever War,
I would not make it mandatory. No.
Okay.
So there's if you read the Forever War, there's a lot to do with time dilation, right? But when they come back, one of the times a third of the planet is like gay because of like whatever the reason, right? And then by the time he comes back, the
weird
fourth
books
time,
you're reading.
It's a quintessential sci-fi.
So I go into a world and everyone's gay.
Well, it gets worse. So then
they describe it in detail.
Well, it was understood you're very familiar with this world, Gibbs, like an expert.
I would say I am an expert. I'm an expert. Yeah. People wait till the ending because there's a kicker. Well, anyway, these guys come back. Okay. Well, I'm not going to
spoil. Anti-spoiler.
They come back. They come back.
Wait, what is he talking about? Just in case
It's novel, The Forever War, right? It's not time. Really good book. It's the answer to
I'm not going to read it. Go ahead.
Starship Troopers and Ender's Game and all this.
Bring
right?
it up
and
once Prime has his mic has his.
Long story short, they go fourth time, and then 80% of like the planet is like gay, right? Because it's a population thing. And so when they comes back the fifth time, they like has something to do with clones. But long story short, they like basically ask everybody because they have the ability to change their polarity. Right. And they're like, oh, like some people want to stay, some people want to switch. But it turns out like that this was some sort of mutation thing. And then it becomes like this big, like ethical question, like, oh, okay, was I like designed this way because of like genetics? Or was it like on purpose? And so, like, well, should I change? Am I duty bound? And so it's like, it's kind of this big thing at the end of the book. They twist like the little polarity change, but it also has a lot to do with like governmental control, mainly is the kind of thing it's called. But it was interesting because y'all are talking about this. This has been something that's been talked about, since Stonewall when Hunter was down there marching.
So you brought that whole fucking hypothetical
earlier,
just to go, hey, someone else had this conversation too.
Somebody said
it was all to set up that joke, Hunter. It was all to set the whole joke.
Hey,
wow, fucking
Okay, hold on.
great job.
All right.
We got the whole room laughing.
Tom?
Somebody said earlier that they wanted, like they thought that it was wrong for them to want them to be deaf, and I don't think that. Okay, I don't agree with that. Like, I think that anytime, like, it makes sense that anytime somebody's part of a culture that they want to share those things with other people, and that like the barrier there, obviously, like I can give like a really horrible example that I've personally been through. Like when I was younger, my younger brother was just like a grade or two behind me the entire time. And he was kind of like a fat little dork. And so I started bringing him with all of my friends for early on. And as he matured, he started to gain his own friends and we all hung out together a lot. And eventually I started doing a lot of drugs and then became a heroin addict and just kind of like separated myself from like everybody. And there's like a part of you that just it's like, damn, dude, if only my brother would just be a fucking heroin addict too. Like this would be fucking dope where he could still come hang out with me and all my buddies. But like, there's a whole different culture, a whole different fucking life, a whole like, we're getting into drug dealing and fucking guns and like, all sorts of insane shit all the time and getting arrested, going to prison. Like there's all of these things that are like part of you, part of your identity, part of your life that like you would like to be able to share those experiences with people in like a very real way so that they can really understand what it is that you're going through. And like, even the parts that you enjoy, the fun parts, the crazy parts, like the stories, the experience, like it's all a thing that you would like to be able to share with other people in a way that they can truly understand. And so I think the want for that, it makes total sense. And it's just part of like human existence that like we want other people to have that like real empathy and really understand like what we're doing and be able to share that with them.
Sure, wait, hold on. This was a response. But then,
I want to respond. Hold on. Okay, two things. Something I just before we move away from this point, right? Rodell was saying earlier, well, like the kid will naturally like start to sign and be a part of the culture, right? Like even if that's the case for the child, right? Which I think is actually quite you could expect that the kid can probably interact with the culture like that. You can't say that about the grandkids, right? You can't say anything like past that. Like that happens where people with immigrants too, right? Immigrants come from the old country, wherever that might be.
Engaging in the culture is not the same as experiencing it in the same way, though. That doesn't like
and I agree. No, I agree, and I'm agreeing with this. I'm saying that like the farther you are from that culture, no matter how you slice it, right? Like the least likely you are, right? And especially like when we're talking about grandkids, grandkids care about like signing to the parents, right? Maybe not, but if they're deaf as well, well, then they're definitely going to, so there's something to keep in mind. But like, to our friend, Tom, I hear, first of all, I didn't know that about you. I'm sorry, friend, that, you went through those experiences, and I'm glad you're here alive with us, and well.
You really didn't know that about me? I
had no idea.
Being an addict, going to prison, like I've got like a very long rap sheet.
You have a tattoo? No, let me tell. No trolling. Go ahead.
You said you went to jail, but I don't think you ever told me. I was like, oh, you went to jail? Like, yeah, but I didn't no clue as to why.
You thought it was for speeding tickets.
You look like a fucking dork. That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
I didn't
fucking dude.
That's all Prime.
I thought it involved.
You did heroin and held a gun before?
I thought it involved sheets white bed sheets, chanting in the forest or something. I don't know.
Fair.
But no. You understand though, friend, right? Like even in the midst of it, right? As a heroin addict, I'm sure you understood that your brother shouldn't be involved in that, right?
Well, yes, I was very protective of him. But
Okay.
I do understand that for I knew numerous other siblings who did. Yeah. They literally did the shit together. They would go they would buy shit from me together. This was a normal thing. For my brother, I did everything I could to keep him as far away from it as possible. But at the same time, that also that stigmatized me more and more. It's kind of that misery loves company sort of thing. You also want them to be, what the fuck? That is not, nah, get that shit. Get that somewhere else.
What's that?
Because it is a common thing with
Admiral Gibbs showing his empathy
parents.
As usual. Empathetic Gibbs.
Alcoholic parents often end up drinking a lot with their kids and getting their kids. It's just that there is this is a very common thing in every way possible.
Yeah,
where you experience things in a certain way, you end up wanting that with other people. It can still be wrong to. I'm saying it's wrong to do it. I don't know. I wouldn't say that it's wrong to want it.
Okay, I think that,
fair.
Well, I think that we were talking past
the distinction without
because of course I understand that on a very instinctual level you're gonna want this for your kid, but I do think that it's good, and I would hope that the parents recognize that that want should be overridden. That essentially they should not.
Can you expand on that? As in articulate some reasons why? And I say
because you're
particularly in the context of deafness.
Yeah, you're essentially crippling this kid. You're
handicapping them.
You're
how are they crippling the kid?
It's a literal. It's a little. I
don't know. How are they crippling the kid?
Well,
by just having a kid, they're
no.
Okay.
They're saying that you could have cured it.
No.
We're saying that you could have cured it and you chose not to.
No. We're talking about two different things because I think Riddell is pointing out that we were just having a conversation about whether or not you should want it, and that there's a possibility that you could pass it down to the kids. I think from a purely ethical standpoint, I think it's bad to want specific characteristics about your kid because it makes you prioritize certain kids over others, and I think. Fair. I think accepting kids just sort of as they are, regardless of how they come out,
I think you're doing the thing we were talking about earlier is extending. I think that it's normal to want certain things. I think once you start acting on those things,
I agree with you.
Force them. That's
and I think you're misunderstanding.
It's bad to want a son.
I agree. But you should probably go yeah, but I'm gonna be happy with a daughter and I'm gonna love her.
Yes,
that's all I'm asking for. And maybe if you're man, I really want a kid with. I tend to be suspicious of people who have really hardline preferences like that. If someone is talking so much about how much they want a son and they're like, well, sure, I love my daughter too. I'd be like, you got to change your tone.
You're adding a lot of.
I agree. I agree with what you're saying.
I think that's reasonable to an extent. Hey, I want to have a kid. I want a son to carry on my name, or I want a son to do these father-son things, or I want a daughter so I can bond, or you want one of both. I feel like that's a reasonable. If they're hardline about it, maybe it's unhealthy. If they're on kid 45 and they don't have fucking son yet. Look, brother, I'm sorry, you're shooting out daughters. It happens to some people. Whatever. I think that's fine, even to a fairly extreme amount. But I tell you where it becomes a problem is when, and I can't miss a chance to do this, is when you have someone like Counterpoints out here talking about we gotta have eugenics. That is a real problem. That is a real problem.
You're obsessed. I think you love Connor, actually. Secretly, I'm pretty sure.
I think it's important.
That's why you brought up the gay book earlier.
As someone who grew up in Texas, listen, I tell you, I was not white enough for the whites. I'm not brown enough for the browns. Well, I hear white supremacists. I think we need to call
You're white enough for the whites.
Yeah, no, you're not. You're not. I'm surprised.
You're white enough for me.
He's not. I feel the pain, Gibbsy. I feel your pain.
And so when I hear white supremacists, I think they need to be called out every time. Y'all can call it an obsession. But when people start advocating for eugenics, and he's just the easiest example because y'all all know him. This is something you got to watch out for. I think, listen, I won't lie. I think maybe when we do space exploration, we might need some sort of eugenics or genetic for maybe certain planets' attributes. That might be my exception. But when we're talking about we need to preserve these characteristics, that's when we need to start being concerned about this kind of shit. That's kind of where I'm going with right here.
So I just want to push Hunter a little bit more. So
please do.
You mentioned that you view it as bad if a parent wants that out, especially I'm focusing really on the deafness aspects, and then it's somewhat unique. But like,
I just want to be clear because this has been misunderstood a few times.
Sure.
I'm just saying, like, there's going to be a line at which their want is probably a problem. I think it's fine to just sort of abstractly say, yeah, it would kind of be nice to have a kid with deafness, just because they would be invoked in my culture. But then also recognize, okay, but my kid's going to be part of the deaf culture because I'm part of my deaf culture. I'm going to teach him sign language, and they're going to be part of it. They're going to understand. I'm going to give them a name. They're going to understand it because I'm going to tell them. Like, there's just going to be a line at which I go, this is a little weird. You got to calm down a little bit.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. But if, and I don't actually know like any of the stats, but if there are no significant differences in life outcomes between deaf and non-deaf people in the United States, like, why?
I would be very surprised by that. Honestly.
So would I. But let's say
that's.
But
in
that world,
reason we're having the conversation is because there.
But I don't. I agree. But what is your question? Let me finish. Let me finish. Okay. I foresee. I know for sure. I'm sure there's maybe some details I'm missing, but I would largely, let's say, I'm sure there are some disparities and differences in life outcomes. But I would pin, and this is just my intuition. I haven't looked into it, but I mean, it's largely just like a function of like whatever how society is overall designed and sort of a lack of not lack of but let's say an increased resources.
Exactly. No, I agree with you.
This is not something that can't be overcome. Probably.
I agree with you.
So like if in 10 years, let's say broadly speaking, we can say that like life outcomes or 10, 20, pick your timeline. If let's say, I don't know, there's like a 5% difference in life outcomes, but no real substantial one, does that change your calculation?
Yes.
Or let's say
it would for sure.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Like the distinction that I hold is that it's like a disability, and usually disabilities need to be very accommodated for. It's usually hampering your life, your work situation, your school situation. Obviously, the big concern when it comes to like being deaf is like education is really, really difficult. Like you kind of need to go into like your own like sort of deaf school. You need to have hearing aids, which are like everyone sort of treats hearing aids like they're these sort of like fix all situations.
Yeah, magical solutions.
They're really fucking hard, and they're like
unless you get like bleeding edge technology.
No, for sure. You can't really hear, like it's still really muddled. It's going to be difficult for you to really follow along. And I think kids tend to have really poor education outcomes just because they're not accommodated for it. Obviously that's a problem. Obviously that's something, I want to help fix. I'm going to be a teacher in about a year. Like I want to help with this stuff, but like, and I'm dealing with the world as is. And I sort of recognize these kids are very disadvantaged.
And I understand baked into you, like you said, a disability. So baked into that, like there's some differences in life outcomes. So I understand that changing the calculation. Okay,
I would say so. Yeah.
But then, but you do also seem to understand the intuition of like a parent desires, some passing on something or some part of their identity to their children. Right. And I agree with that. It is pretty suspect. I have the same intuition of like someone who's staunchly like, I must have, a boy or a girl, nothing else, or any other outcome is bad. Like I agree. That's very strange and bizarre. But I'm curious, like, how would you react? As in, like, again, if or when we get to the place of, if your wife, is pregnant, and I don't know, like the color of your eyes and all that stuff. But let's say your wife now, it's like, as in you've gone through all the genetic screening, and like the doctor comes in saying, your child's gonna have hunter's eyes and all that stuff, and the wife is like, can we like change that? And what if your wife says also, we change the skin color of our child? No longer.
Sure.
Would you be on board with that? Isn't like, I want, if your eyes are blue, I want the brown eye.
Uncle Ruckus designing babies or what?
Sure.
I mean, that's where this conversation gets to pretty quick.
Yeah. So I'll answer it. I think the most reasonable position to be, which is obviously the one I have, and that's the most reasonable one. There's nothing inherently that you can point to wrong about this, but we should really be focusing as to why people want to do this. If you want to change your skin color, why the fuck do you want to do that? Like what?
That doesn't answer my question.
Wait, that doesn't answer. So certain privileges come with those. Certain hearts.
Well, no, this is
others. So like realistically, if you want to have the conversation, it's like a black child versus a white child versus an Arab child versus a Mexican child, who has the easier life in coming up, and it's probably going to be the white child in America. So like if you could give your child the easiest life,
it is exactly why in my opening statement I said that like I also think that if you're two black parents, you probably shouldn't have a child together either. But like this is why I said that, is because I feel like we're getting to a very slippery slope when we start to, denying like where you have bad societal outcomes, just, based on these negatives, to where, because systemic racism exists, if you end up being black, you're just going to end up having a much harder life. And so you have to,
what is it, South Park? You're gonna just use the scale, like make them black and have life difficulty, like
every conversation we have
that
to
South Park game, like that South Park
through
game.
the media that
it was the South Park game.
So far, my question hasn't been answered.
Of course.
Hey, so I'm pretty much like the only
it's
time I think
culture. Embrace the American culture, brother. Right, come on.
Sure.
Corey's saying
the
the
only time I think editing genes is a probably worthwhile conversation is when like life-threatening diseases are probably on board. Other than that, we're entering very dangerous places, especially if certain powers to be is able to manipulate certain things. The other scenario that it would be perfectly okay to edit the genes of the human being is if we're fighting against an alien army like Halo and we create Spartans. That's the only other alternative.
Wait, you seriously think that that's like, it has to be like life-threatening? So like in the future, if they actually do have designer babies where they're able to edit the genomes to make it to where you get the outcomes that you want and you're able to pick and choose a lot of different things. You're saying that for people who could end up with like kids who are a lot better looking, maybe they get their dad's, smarts instead of their, mom who's a dumb blonde. Like, you're saying, wait. You're saying that you would be against all of this unless there is something life-threatening, right?
Yes, because oftentimes when we have conversations like this, there has to be the understanding of the larger implication. And the larger implication, of course, would be a situation where certain people are going to be able to edit genes more than others, creating a very clear divide of the human race that will just expand more and more.
That's
and
why
more
I'm
and
against
more.
gay marriage, because I feel like people are going to be starting to marry animals any second now.
It's a slippery slope.
Very
slippery.
Like, well, that's why I don't give my kids chocolate.
Wait, no.
Soon I'm going to be feeding them cocaine. And
no,
it's
no.
I'm trying to get somewhere. Okay.
Go.
Oh wait, Hunter hasn't answered my question.
They have the same word.
I'm sorry. I thought I
okay.
did.
Sorry.
I don't think that you did.
No, that's fine. No, go ahead. No.
And after that, I do want to get to Tom.
All I heard is like you. I may have just not heard your answer.
No, that's fine.
But like I think your response was like we should be asking questions about why people want these things. But I did not hear any sort of like, would you support their decision or not?
Well, sorry, if it's my wife, that's the question.
Yeah.
I would go, why the fuck did you why do you care about the skin color? And if she gives like a pretty milquetoast, excuse the pun, answer, then
what if their answer was like, I just think it looks better?
That's psychotic. Yeah, I would be very concerned about that.
I don't want to give some like mocha.
That's
like
psychotic.
I don't. I feel
skin tone, natural tan.
Wait a minute, if she says blue eyes look better than green eyes, would that be fine?
What if she said like I don't want your eyes on my child?
Obviously, I would hate that. Wait, what?
Why?
Yeah, she said you got ugly eyes. We're gonna use my eyes.
And if the procedure doesn't go right and it ends up with brown eyes, throw him in a camp.
Well, then we got to find out whose genetics.
Drop him off at the fire station.
You're asking a good question because I don't know the answer to your question. I'm going to just think out loud.
I don't know it's a valid answer.
No, sure. But I just want to sort of expound on this. I saw there was this this abnormality that exists, this mutation where some people get like 4 or 5 hours of sleep and like are extremely productive. And it seems like there's no negative consequences at all that they get. That they they just don't get that sleepy. No. Like they score perfectly fine, and it seems like their body just needs 4 to 5 hours of sleep, and there doesn't seem to
exist.
Yes, I think that it's fine to start cranking that up. Like once you start once genetic testing, everyone gets that shit. Everyone's getting.
I think we should be able to pick her eye color. What if you want red eyes? I'd be like, red eyes,
and that, and that is where I draw my line, and I don't know why, Corey. And I think you're asking a good question because I don't know what exactly is the distinction, and it might just be because like there's a good answer, which is like productivity seems to be better, but like and
you're optimizing something. But the
cosmetics to you are negative.
That question because
it's obviously societal.
I'm not done. Okay, because like this is all in the vein of like even what Tom brought up earlier of like. We have, and I'm not saying like this is good or not, but like the intuition of like we want our children to resemble us in some way, and I'm disrupting that and especially like if it's in the context of like now your wife who you've chosen to love is like I'm going to edit our child so that it's a rejection of you. I think that, and you seem to have a visceral reaction to that. I think that says something. Now,
yeah, I agree.
Now, I'm not saying that your intuitions are wrong or bad.
No, sure, but we're here to look into them. And I would say that like, yeah, it seems like the functional aspect really matters. That like when I give the sleeping thing, it's like, well, obviously we would want everyone to be more productive. Like that seems like a necessarily net good. But when we're like without a lot of, yeah, I don't know. It seems like a functional distinction rather than an aesthetic one. And I think an aesthetic distinction would definitely start feeling a lot more uncomfortable.
Yeah, but that's why I was pushing sort of like, and I understand I was muddying the waters of like, in the scenario of like deafness, there's no major differences in life outcomes, but I can foresee a place of like, if there was only really a 10% difference or even like 15% difference in overall life outcomes between deaf and non-deaf individuals, I can understand a parent wanting their child to be deaf. Just as
I can understand it as well, for sure.
Let's go
What
to our friend
What if
Tom.
I want my son to become bald?
Well, that's abortion.
Then you want your son to be made fun of their entire life.
First off, are you dumb or are you dumb?
But I mean, overall, from like what you, unless you want to expand upon what you were saying earlier,
he might be a really good swimmer if he's bald. Hold on, y'all
well, I was
Michael Phelps,
like a torpedo.
Yeah, but you could just fucking shave your hair. What are we talking about?
No, that 0.1 millimeter of hair follicles is really so much drag.
It ended up helping him win, exactly. So I don't know what we're talking
about. Can you get that laser?
No, he had hair. He had hair.
Exactly.
He wore a swim cap. They wear swim caps.
Hair.
They wear swim caps for that. So
look, I already answered mine, which is it seems like an aesthetic rather than functional distinction.
Yeah, I would say you to me you satisfied the answer to my question.
Yeah. I did forget where me and
Hunter
Riddell.
David.
No, yeah, Riddell. I forgot where me and Riddell were at the time, so I'm honestly.
Well, you were questioning in terms of are there things?
I remember you were stupid and I was smart at the time. But I don't remember.
Does that help, Riddell?
Outside of that,
like, is there another Riddell in here? That was definitely not me. So you were asking the question if I would be okay with a certain type of gene editing beyond something life-threatening, and I said no, I wouldn't. I just don't trust our current like human societal structure that would not create a bad precedent moving forward. Because it's either going to be privatized to create a very distinct divide between humans that's very clearly going to benefit the ultra wealthy, or it's going to be governmentally controlled, and that's equally as very threatening and is very dangerous, and I'm sure we can all imagine why that would be. So I don't trust.
You make a good point. They can edit out the inbreeding from like blue bloods.
Where Corey was going is exactly where I was kind of going as well. But I also feel like even just on top of that, like just the a lot of people already take these things into consideration when they're choosing like partners and mates. Is like, oh, this person has like good genetics, like, and they're smart, and they're like, this is the type of person that I would want to have a baby with because our kids will have better outcomes and they'll probably be smarter and go to better schools. Or like, oh, this guy is in the NBA, and so I would rather get with an NBA player because then our kids might be more likely to be 6'7" and be able to get into the NBA later and have good, be athletic. And so I think that like already these things are taken into consideration, and it's kind of as Corey said that like a lot of this we have icky feelings about it because there's already societal negatives currently, but without those stigmas existing, that this doesn't feel as weird. And that like when Corey was saying earlier, like I think it's the problem that we should probably be focusing on at more than like the outcomes of these children. Like if we can fix these issues, then that's not a problem anymore either. If two white parents wanted to have a black kid because they would have creamy, chocolatey skin and it's just prettier to them, like that wouldn't matter as much without the societal problems. But I also wonder if doing those things also starts to change those stigmas at the same time, like the browning of America and the fact that like, people are saying white people are being genocided. Well, also part of this is that, like, we all just start to look more alike, and that, like, over time we might lose the like defining factors that give us a lot of tribalism currently. And so I just wonder if while it does feel icky currently, and it feels like it is creating more of a division, I also wonder if it might actually create less of a division in a lot of areas as well.
Well,
I wouldn't bank on it. I think it would probably exasperate the stigmas that already currently exist, especially when we consider the people.
I think like you're right, like at the like initial part, right? But I think there might be something to this, right? So like I made the joke just kind of like joking, but like now that I think about it, like yeah, like so remember how we had the kings and queens and all the shit, and they're all like cousins and shit because they all ate blue bloods back in the day. They all married each other, right? Because it was and we have genetic disorders that stem from that now. Well, I don't really see why they wouldn't want to keep doing that now, right? If they could do that and get away with it, and they had the genetic thing, they probably would do the arranged marriages to like people in the rich circles and like separate. Now, that would maybe work for a time for them, right? But I think if the tech, and this is, I guess, where I differ, I think the free market would get the tech everywhere. This could also eliminate problems where you have like places like, I don't know, like remote areas where you only have like cousins and shit to date or marry, and you can fix the like problems in those areas, which would give opportunities to lower class like people in these areas. By lower class, I just mean economically, right? In like these rural areas, like you would be able to uplift these. So it's an area where your IQ is predominantly, I don't know, 64 or something, right? Then you could go in there and you could erase this, and suddenly their IQ would be like at like 120 or whatever, like the normal.
Yes, think about like the fact that Donald Trump never would have gotten elected. Right.
Yeah.
Well,
actually, their IQ would not be 120. It would be 100 because it's adjusted based on the average IQ.
True.
The average IQ would increase,
would rise.
Yeah,
but you get the point. I mean, you listen. I've already admitted I'm no biologist. I'm just saying my humble learnings. I'm just putting forth.
So I think Riddell's point is that we end up more Elysium than we do like universally. Everyone, like Gibbs, you're saying that we would just mass produce this and everyone would get to use it. Well, then I don't necessarily think that's there's too much money to be made in what?
Yeah,
in like, curing diseases.
Well, okay, if you have more healthy people, then those people are going to spend more money on shit across their lifetime. If these people are intelligent, they're probably going to make more money. If they're more physically healthy, they're going to be able to be more productive. Like you're going to have better like genetic, like when I put quotes, better, like right.
Yeah, isn't the cynical argument against like hospitals and cancer treatment that they don't want to cure the cancer because if you cure the cancer, then you don't have sick people?
Yes, it's the cynical and stupid argument.
This actually would enable free healthcare because like these people, it's going to be.
I mean, that's you can say it's stupid, but that's how. That's
but
you're
not going to have all these.
It's not what's going on.
This would eliminate some things. It might enable free healthcare because it would be cheaper overall because you would have less genetic diseases to fight. You might be able to make people immune to certain things just by like.
We could do that right now.
So then why don't we have free healthcare?
We can healthcare. Everybody will be able to before everybody will get free gene editing.
And AI is going to give it.
You want the black pill on why we don't have free healthcare? The real black pill? It's that most people genuinely like their healthcare. And they don't want to disrupt it.
Okay,
that's
so in a world wait. So in a world where your black pill is that people are selfish. I know in a world where your argument is that people are selfish and they want to keep what they already have. Then why doesn't that get extrapolated into like the future, like the next world that's coming? Where like, we have all these tools, but some people aren't going to have the healthcare to have access to these tools, and unless we have the universal healthcare, which doesn't seem to be the trajectory that we're going in. Which is why we don't which is why the assumption that if we have this machine where you just lie down and it gets rid of your disease and it hires your IQ, that it wouldn't just be a universally used and mass produced thing.
Who makes more money, Don P or Amazon? Amazon, right?
Don P.
Who's Don P?
He's he's a famous niche designer, right? Okay, so he makes a lot of money, like he's got huge margins. Well, who makes more money than him? Well, Amazon makes way more money. Why? Because they're able to sell mass products.
Wait, is Don P a person or
you're treating this like a commercial product?
You're comparing
exactly. That's exactly. Well, he is a commercial. He's a commercial product himself, right?
No, you're treating the idea of editing your genes as a commercial product.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is.
I would be more like how the medical industry currently works. not a commercial product that anybody can access.
Like, okay, let's say like,
and or even if they could access it,
hold on,
Pfizer makes this.
Gibbs, hold on, wait. His point is that it would be closer to like plastic surgery than it would be,
which is
just
getting
like
more and more widespread. I think it gets cheaper overall. So you're proving my point,
right?
But it's still en masse unaffordable. And only certain people can afford plastic surgery.
Hold on. It isn't getting cheaper. Yes, if the average person is starting.
Well, like not in a real way.
No, yes, no, wait, hold on. There are plenty of people making like 60K who get Botox. That's for sure.
Right? Yeah, and there's like plenty of people that make 60K.
Botox isn't plastic surgery in the way that we're talking about.
Editing how about fake boobs? Fake boobs. I know plenty of. I know lots of nurses who make 50K a year and that get fucking baked tits.
That they get good fake boobs or shitty fake boobs. Which
obviously they're going to be better the more money they.
Oh my god! Which is what me and Riddell are saying is that there's gonna be people who can't access this. This is gonna be a universal machine.
Hold on. I will explain this to you in a way I think you can understand. Right? Yes, maybe the better ones are like 20K, right? But the ones that are now are not the same as the ones 10 years ago that were just pointy points, right? Like that look like something out of Laura Croft Tomb Raider.
No, if you get shitty ones, they are. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. Right now at Walmart, they have an 85-inch TV. It's a smart TV, and it comes with all the hottest bells and whistles. Right now, it's like some generic brand for $950. That same TV 3 years ago was $4,000, $5,000, and 20 years ago that bitch didn't exist and it was 300 pounds. So my point is, as tech advances, it becomes more. Hold on,
types of surgeries.
Sure, but you're saying this, but there's a gap that gets bridged at some point. Once it goes mass, it becomes more profitable to
like
go massive than it is to go. No, not in 1,000 years. Not the way technology is fancy. It becomes more profitable mass than it is to go niche, and that's the analogy with the Don P versus Amazon. You're talking about a designer shit versus like mass production, and mass production will eventually catch up to where there's not a significant discernible difference between the Roku TV and my fucking $50,000 fucking fancy TV. That's why people don't buy that.
There's a difference between the Samsung wall and an 85-inch Roku TV.
But is it a massive quality? Yeah, but it's not a massive quality.
Yeah, there's a difference between the technology and the stuff that the very, very wealthy have versus everybody else. That you're just really not understanding this very stark divide.
The poorest person now lives better than the Emperor Nero. Like, you understand
utilizing
right?
genes. It would start out, maybe it starts out something is like,
maybe not the poorest, but the average low-class person in America that has a trailer lives on par with probably Emperor Nero, right? They have air conditioning.
I hate this argument.
All day.
I hate this
argument. This is just how advanced tech advanced.
Why do you hate it? Wait, hold on.
The average person live like the billionaires?
Because one, it doesn't matter if people in the past lived better according to some statistics, and then two, the perception is that we aren't living. The perception, which matters, I think, more is that we don't live better. That we don't. So if we can have all the stats and the economists in the world that say that, like, oh, look how good we're doing and look how fine everything is, but the fact is, people don't feel like things are doing fine. So you can say, yeah, we live better than Emperor Nero, but that doesn't matter. Like that's just
hold on.
The fact that people live better than Emperor Nero.
Wait, hold on. That's not even true. Self-reporting data has largely increased based off of how people feel about the current economy. Has largely increased over the last, obviously, fucking 200 years.
Much less than several thousand years.
Right. Well, that we don't have data back then, but I think we can.
What about over the past
all those
30 years?
Surveys?
I think we have data. Your life is better than a slave in Rome.
I don't want to.
Obviously, economically, it's better. But people are.
I don't want to go on this hard tangent, but I'm just going to say something really. This is a ridiculous argument. This actually, but for different reasons. Like, hey, if you're an emperor, right? You have at your beck and call, like hundreds or maybe thousands of servers. I don't know how.
I can go get a fucking taxi for my burrito.
I can get an Uber right now. That means I live like a king.
Yes, genuinely, I live like a fucking king.
Yeah, you live like a king. Yes. You live like a king.
When's the last time an emperor died of heat exhaustion?
Yes,
we have examples of emperors dying.
The idea that I can get
examples of emperors dying from heat
food
exhaust.
and then someone drive it to me and give me the food is more
that modern wonder
anyone
is
has
not
ever
living
experienced.
like royalty.
Having air conditioning is
Genuine-
like
yes.
better
It's,
than
you're
I
living
don't
better than
get what
royalty,
we're
Prime.
arguing
You're-
about. I
you
am.
have internet.
All
You
right,
have
well,
internet, Prime.
Yes.
Prime, you have internet. You're living better than
Ollie,
everyone.
you're joking. I'm
in
agreeing with you.
1983.
Yes.
Like, what do you? Yes.
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 Hold on,
Okay,
hold on,
cool. But the
hold on.
perception
Yes,
isn't. The perception
yes,
isn't there, so it doesn't
absolutely.
matter. Okay.
Hold on,
But no one
hold on,
feels like
hold
that,
on.
so it doesn't matter.
Hold on, Ollie. All right, let me just ask
No
you a
one
question.
feels like it
Let me
because
ask-
you
hold
keep
on, let me just-
screaming.
let me
You
ask you a
keep
que-
screaming that we shouldn't feel like this. You're
Oh,
like,
that is that
everyone-
why, or is or do
Yeah,
people,
Ali
or
did
people
it.
like not
Ali
afford?
did it.
Yeah, people can't
No,
afford
people
their rent.
like
People
you.
can't afford to buy houses. People can't afford to go
my
on
God.
vacation.
Can-
There are
wait,
things
hold
that
on,
they can't
hold on,
afford.
hold
But
on,
yeah, you're right.
hold on,
It's just
hold on.
us screaming.
You're self-defeating your own purpose because you said economically
I'm big
people
fan.
are doing better, but they're not feeling it, which
Yes.
means that they are affording rent.
No.
They are affording groceries.
No,
Because
they're
you
just getting
said
no,
that
they're
they
just getting
are
paid
doing
more,
well.
but their rents are higher too. They get paid more. GDP goes up, but
Obviously,
their
when
rents
we're
are also
talking
high.
about
So it's not really
inflation, we're-
adjusting. It's not really going with in
We're
accordance,
obviously
right?
taking into account the CPI. We're obviously taking into account rent. When we're talking about we're obviously talking about the
Hey,
CPI.
People are
Yeah.
content. People are content with the way they're living in America right now and how they're living.
They're not
No,
content,
I wonder
but they're
why.
open, but they're,
hold on.
they're
Wait,
economically
wait,
being able to
wait,
afford
hold
rent.
on, hold on. Okay, so the problem is that yes, like people are making more money, and there are more things. Like even when it comes to rent and things
And
like
everything's
that,
more
it is
expensive.
more affordable in a way. But
Not
it's because there's
relative to
too many
income.
things that are required to live today, where you need a laptop, you need computers, you need cell phones, you need cell phone service, you need a car, you need car insurance, you need like
Correct.
so many other
Correct.
things. You need Netflix, you need cable TV, you need like so many other fucking things
You
to
need
just
Netflix.
exist. And then you also need to pay your fucking rent and all this other shit. And so
Yes.
you do like there is so much more that you have to pay for. Whereas like when you were a fucking serf, yeah, you just had to fucking pay your rent. Like that was
No,
about
but
it.
the- here's the
like,
issue.
and
You
and
can't
also
just live
there,
like a
there's
serf.
a very clear like consistent comparison model that people are consuming on a consistent basis regarding these creators, regarding these elites, that they're looking at their lives compared to the others, in addition to certain value and cultural loss that people are losing in themselves and the communities they're creating. Like there's a lot of reasons why people feel the way that they feel right now.
It's not
And
an economic issue. It's a
it's
genuine.
in part,
it's a
it's in part
nihilistic
an economic
issue.
issue.
It's
in
a
part an
fucking-
economic
no,
we're depressed.
Oh my
It's
God.
not
Because
that we're
We're depressed for no reason. Just you know,
Yes,
just
this
chose
is-
yes.
but
Yes,
there
yeah,
are
because
no,
we
Americans are just
fucking
whining.
sucking our brains out.
No,
It's
actually,
because we're
this is
looking
the-
at
you
like,
We see the
can't
rest of the
remove
world
something that is
thriving,
embedded in
and we're
We're
just
like,
depressed
this
for no
is-
reason.
Hunter,
we're in a horror
this is a
machine.
dumbass
TikTok.
Hunter,
It's
the
fucking
problem-
four levels. Hold on. I'm gonna step in. This is a dumbass excuse for like 4 levels. Like,
Go ahead.
like first of all, like understanding how people are feeling, and their economic hardships, and saying, oh, all of it's in your head. Some of it might be in your head. Yes, media affects how people feel about themselves
Right.
in their current situation.
Yes.
Without a doubt, that is actually true, right?
Okay.
But that doesn't mean that people aren't actually facing more hardships today than previously. History isn't a line just simply go up, right? In
I
terms
agree.
of human satisfaction.
Wait,
That's
hold
not
on,
the case.
hold on.
And
You
then-
can't say that. You
and
can't
then,
wait,
hon,
hold on.
like I
So
said,
you can't just
you've got-
gish gallop. Let me take it one step at
I'm
a
not
time.
gish gallop. I said one thing so far, right?
I know. I'd
And
like
then
to
you guys
respond to it
deflect-
before you get to the second thing.
Come on,
Okay.
Hunter's the moderator. Remember.
Obviously, fucking line goes up is not a good argument. However, if I can point to a line going up, then it is a good argument.
I got a
And I
question.
can point to so many fucking examples. For example, median household income that has largely increased over the last 40 years.
Well,
What
I can
about
look at
median
world
household
poverty
costs? What
level.
about the costs that
Hold on.
also
It's
increased?
fucking adjusted for CPI. I'm going to
God,
fucking
it's
kill
not.
you.
Hold on, hold on.
Ollie,
This is
what are you
even-
talking
hold on,
about?
this is
What are
even
you
easier than that.
talking
This is
about?
even, it's even easier than that, Hunter. Hold on. This is even easier. Like real quick. Okay.
It's obviously
hold
adjusted
on.
for the CPI.
I just wanted. I'm gonna go on here. Y'all are like saying these things, and like I get the perception and the comfort, but like there is like a level that y'all are just like bullshit, and we're seeing this in real time right now with the difference in air conditioning between Europe and America and how people are handling it. We're seeing that literal real time and how people are struggling. I'm gonna name 3 people: Frederick Barbarossa, Constantine the Great, and Trajan. All 3 of these people are famous for allegedly dying to heat-related illness. Right? Can you name the last time the leader of a major country died since air conditioning has been invented from a heat-related illness? I can't, because it's probably never fucking happened. And so when you're sitting here saying this shit, even in the middle of like the poorest country in Africa, their leader is not air conditioned. It's crazy, but they got it. And so all these people got air conditioning, and it's improved the general life of people worldwide. And y'all have the audacity with a straight face and go, "Oh, this is a stupid argument." The
I don't have a straight face. I'm laughing this entire time. I've been laughing this entire time.
But like y'all are sitting here going, "It's a stupid argument. These guys got to adjust the CPI. These guys got to." No, if you just talk all these things that Tom just talked about, all these other requirements, those are luxuries. Those are benefits to living in this society. And you can argue that this thing, but the fact that you need those things are benefits actually, because we've advanced so far technologically that we are able to have these things to live what we call a normal life. When all these things could be poof gone tomorrow, and our life would be dog shit. So 100%. When y'all sit here and say, "Oh, it's perception," or whatever, perception might mean something, but like, I'm sorry, Prime, the only one making a stupid argument is you.
Wait,
no. Wait. Hold on. I need to correct something.
Americans that feel bad.
You do have to take into consider the context that people are in. Okay, so like when it comes to like a quality of life, obviously the context that you're in the moment, what it is that like makes somebody poor versus what it is that makes somebody rich. Like your quality of life is based on what is available to you, right? So like when we're looking at people who are fucking cavemen, we're not going to say they have a lower quality of life because they didn't have a fucking cell phone, but it wasn't available to them. It wasn't even a possibility. When we think of quality of life, like it is about what is available to you in the moment. But with that said, like objectively, our quality of life is better because we have these things, and we have much longer life. And because we have much longer life, because we have things like vaccines and shit like that, now on top of that, we have a lot more people living in the same areas to where economies are having trouble with the fact that there's so many fucking people who are all spread out to where there's a lot more people to feed and a lot more people to deal with. And on top of that, you have technology growing at
okay.
rate.
So I'm gonna step in finally, because it's so fucking annoying. This is a dumbass argument. Holy shit, right? Like, yes, appliances, right, are helpful. No one's saying appliances aren't helpful and that they do things, they have functions within our lives. We can recognize that. Specifically though, the comparison is between a regular person, right? A broke ass person like Prime, right? And then an emperor, right? An emperor who has
probably couldn't drink water, by the way. He had to drink the alcohol.
Who has slaves, who has manpower that they can deploy against them, who has protection, right?
And their life was still worse than ours now.
I listen to you. Okay, so this misunderstands how privilege works, how wealth works, and what protection provides you. Right? You know what else would have
also died from waterborne illness?
You're not protected.
Please,
we're not talking about privilege, though.
Please, no, hon. We are. No, that's the thing.
No. I'll explain this perfectly. Prime, can I? You go.
Yeah, Prime, shut the fuck up and let Hunter explain.
I just said Prime go.
Okay, so like, you know what else would have like raised the average life expectancy if everyone else had been living like Emperor Nero? If they all had those other people. Hey, you know what? If the water's contaminated, you know what you can do? You can send people to like gather water for you at long distances
they couldn't do that.
for you. You can just, yes, you can. And they did do that.
That's why they use alcohol. That's why they mainly drink alcohol.
Exactly what happened. Right? No, in some places in Europe, yes.
Most places.
And for people of privilege, right? If they had access to fresh, you could actually just get
and were they taking a larger risk? Hold on. Were they taking a larger risk?
That's the thing that you can do. Stop it. No, not okay. Not okay. So wealth and privilege protects you. That's a thing that happens. Right? Like it.
Does smallpox exist then? That doesn't exist now.
I didn't. Don't tell me. I'm not the one who hangs up anti-vaxxers, right? Don't tell me that like what the benefits of vaccines are. I get that. I understand that. But you know,
the vaccine. Do you know one way?
Do you know one way that diseases are spread? By being densely populated.
Oh, so having having servants and shit would make you more likely to get smallpox.
Gibbs, I listen to you talk. You're gonna finish listening to me talk. Holy shit. Knock it off, please. You know what else spreads disease?
living in densely populated areas, right? Where like your filth isn't properly managed. When you're rich, you don't have to live in a densely populated area. Your filth is managed, right? Because you have the infrastructure that are doing. Not as good as the modern toilet. That's true, right? The modern toilet is better than what they had. That's true. But that doesn't mean that like not having that that doesn't mean that not being rich and having all those privileges, access to labor to manage these things for you didn't mean anything, right? And it doesn't mean that like
you're proving our point.
The life of the average Joe now to an emperor, like you can get access to not only like fresh foods, you can get access. I mean, to women.
But you're proving our point. We can do this without all these things. Like if the poorest person can have better food than the emperor just by going to the refrigerated part of this grocery store,
you may not have access to better food.
Yes, you probably do. You are saying
everybody does.
Everybody.
No, you may not actually have that.
Yes. Hold on. Brian, how many times do you think they had people coming in and inspecting places where the fucking king was getting his food from to make sure that they were doing everything sanitary, where they were washing their hands first, that they had fucking the right pesticides all over the place? How many fucking inspections do you think were done before he got his food?
I'm gonna go on a rant. I'm gonna go on a rant. Wait, hold on. I want to respond to Prime. Okay, so here I've wrote 5 different things down. I have a lot to say to Prime.
Don't understand privilege.
Okay, cool. First, privilege. The reason why he keeps bringing up privilege, I can explain it really easily. Prime is a communist. And the way that communists
I'm not a communist. Stop it. Hold on. I'm not a communist.
Okay, what
call me a communist.
A leftist? Can I call you a leftist?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Prime is a leftist who hates liberals. And what a defining feature of leftists who hate liberals is that they see wealth as zero sum. They cannot fucking imagine the idea that all of us can be raised unilaterally all together. He sees that there's a king and there's
that's a lie.
Okay.
That's a lie. Hold on. That's not true.
Wait, hold on. I want to continue.
Hold on.
You had your chance to no. It's my turn.
Yeah. Oh, okay. You wanted me to respond to one thing at a time. Okay, then I'll do it for you.
That was the joke. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Right?
Good save.
No, I don't believe that. I believe a rising tide can raise all boats. Actually, I believe like the literal opposite of that.
But that didn't happen
all the time.
So it hasn't been a rising. It hasn't been a rising tide over the last 2,000 years.
Refrigeration doesn't exist, boys.
No.
Has it been a rising tide over the last 2,000 years in regards to wealth?
Not evenly distributed. No.
So it hasn't been a rising tide. Some people have gotten much worse.
Sorry. This metaphor is doing too much for you, right? Okay. You're just saying rising tide. Have good things happen between now and then. Tide. We actually have to have metrics to discuss this, right?
Yes,
like
I agree.
You're just
like
making
median
shit
income.
Up. So you're just saying
I would point to median income.
Hold on. I can once again, right? You don't have to explain to me how a fucking appliance works and how useful that is, and how air conditioning works. You don't have to explain that shit to me. No, I got it. Thank you. Understood. Refrigeration. Oh my god. Mind blown.
Hold on. That is. It is.
Have it back then.
We should
know that.
Hold on. You should just shut the fuck up and accept everything that's going on because you do have refrigerators. It's the best time ever. You're living under Trump, but I mean, Trump isn't the worst emperor in the world, so I don't know what you guys are really complaining about. It's the best time ever to be alive.
Had fresh food delivered to them all the time.
Hold on.
Trump isn't slaughtering you guys, isn't putting you guys in the guillotine.
Right over there. The farm is in town hall. Right?
I don't know.
So you
Trump isn't that bad, I don't
even
think.
understand that, right? Like you keep saying, well, there's appliances. I get that there's appliances, and I get that can make our lives easier. They can mechanize some of the things that will benefit to
yeah. So wait, how often do food boil kill people compared to
I'm saying that like you aren't taking the full. I'm ignoring you, Gibbs, because you just Gibbs out over me. How often does but like this doesn't take into account all the privilege, all the power it is to be a king. That's what he's specifically talking about.
That doesn't matter.
A king. Specific. Yes, of course it does.
It matters what money. If I am saying, hold on. If I am less likely, to die as a America,
because there was an emperor. That's why it matters. Like the wealth of
Nero had a lower life expectancy than I do.
Yeah,
that is the fucking critical issue. Nero had a lower life expectancy.
Yeah, he was more likely to die of disease.
Hold on.
He was more likely to.
Is your only access, right, that you're looking at? Then great, then fine. Then you got
a
different one. But I'm not just looking at
no crime.
No
crime. We're talking about. We are too. You are not. You are not. Hold on, Brian. You're wrong. You're actually doing the
more metrics than one fucking thing.
Okay, fine. Let's go through the metrics. Are you okay? We're gonna go through the metrics. All right. If the Emperor of Rome and the average person of Rome, just look at both. Okay. All right. Compared to now, if I'm a poor person in the United States, let's say making $45,000 a year, am I more likely to live longer than the person who has the most privilege and the most wealth in Rome? Check. Yes, I am. Am I more likely to die from something like foodborne illness because of sanitation now or then, as the emperor or as a poor person here or a poor person there? Well, it's once again more likely to die then. Check. Worst quality life. Am I more likely to be able to have higher quality food at less income? No.
What about
hold on. We're going to go through all these metrics. Am I going to be able to spend more of my income, my disposable income, and eat better food now, or as a poor person then versus the emperor? Okay, maybe the emperor beats a poor person now here, but the average person then is going to be broke versus a poor person now. Maybe once a month can go to fucking Ruth's Chris if they wanted to, or they could go buy a steak and cook it themselves. Maybe some of these people back in the day, they often didn't even eat meat for months at a time because they couldn't do it. So once again, check. The average person's life way more dog shit, and they're on that poor person now on par with the emperor. Third, let's keep going here. You talked about disease. Well, you talked about the slaves. Oh, guess what? That actually makes them more likely to die of disease because they have slaves. And guess what? They didn't have sanitation. They had more people packed in a dense spot. Guess what? Compared to now, I could be the poorest person in America under a bridge, a hobo, and guess what? I have less likelihood to die of smallpox or Ebola or any of these things that were very common. So once again, your life is better now as a poor person than the fucking emperor. So we can keep going down this list by every metric. When you're talking about privilege, yeah, you're talking about.
So then why change anything?
Okay.
Why do anything? Why complain when Democrats are in power or when Republicans are in power?
Wait, hold on, wait. Please. Hold on, wait. Ali has said this like 10 times now, and it's driving me fucking crazy. Yeah. Ali, we are advocating for things to improve still. We're not saying things are perfect. Nobody's saying things are perfect.
But you look like king, so why are you complaining? You're just depressed. That's the argument that we can't move forward because you fucking under Trump, you look better than Emperor Nero. So what the fuck are you complaining about?
You live better under all the last presidents. The gap between the poorest person now and the
Give stop.
Okay, so
let's let Tom and Ollie talk.
Yeah, I feel like this is sometimes when people like do that. A lot of
moderator.
Do this whole thing about like slaves will, black people are lucky. They're actually better off today because slavery happened. And it's like, okay, like fine, like, but they're like removing the context of like all of the like pain and suffering people had to go through, and just to make that point. And I get that you guys you're looking at the disproportionality and saying, yes, like proportionally, there's a bigger gap between one and the other, and nobody's disagreeing with that. But what we're saying is that gap has still created so much better technology to where we have toilets and running water and all of this crap, to where the government has regulated so many things to where, yes, we have buildings now are made sure that they're not going to collapse. We have fire departments that'll come and put the fire out, and you don't have to be rich in order for the police to come and, write a report or anything. Like everything happens. There are a lot of things that where there is equality. You have constitutional rights. Like these things are much better off in all of the ways that matter most, but that doesn't mean we don't want to improve in all of these other areas where it's not perfect. We still want to strive for that.
Yeah, but this was in response to like someone was I forget what it was. Someone was complaining, and then Hunter was saying that like, well, Americans live in the best time ever. So you're just kind of telling Americans the ones that are complaining to shut the fuck up.
When the hell did I say that? When did I say that?
You didn't say that humans are living in the best time ever right now.
I did.
So all the complaints from Americans are just depressed, right? They're just depressed. Economically, they're doing fine. Everything is okay, and that they're just bitching for
No,
well,
that's
so
not correct.
We can want to improve without saying everything.
That is what you were saying, because I feel like that's where all of this came from.
Let me defend myself. Let me defend myself.
I do think that's a good line to clear out for sure.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Here is my point. Okay, we are more depressed than ever, and yet doing the most economically ever in terms of human behavior. That is what I'm looking at, and I'm interested in that, and that's why I hear look at all the economic situations that we're living in, that we're embroiled in, and that's making us depressed. No, it's definitively not. I'm more interested. Cool. I'm more interested in the behaviors of like why people feel so fucking depressed, even though they're doing economically better. Now,
the answer is they're broke, but you don't think they're broke.
Please, no, they're not broke.
Okay, I know they're broke because they're spending their money frivolously.
No. They were broker 10 years ago, and they were happier 10 years ago. They were broker 30 years ago. Please, this is adjusted for CPI. I've said this multiple times. I'm just trying.
People, no one knows what CPI is. Okay.
Consumer price index. We're obviously we're adjusting that for how much things cost. Obviously, anytime I'm talking about price, I'm talking about inflation adjusted. Okay, I recognize that things are more expensive now, and I'm saying still we're making more money. Even adjusted,
people don't feel like they are.
I agree.
Okay, I agree. So,
but it's not because of how much money they're getting, because we're looking at how much money.
Hunter, let me ask you a question.
Wait, hold on. It's a different issue. Now that is separate from the conversation about whether or not people's lives should materially get better. I obviously think that there are ways that we can fix poverty. There are obviously ways that we can fix our homeless situation, our housing situation. We can make rents go cheaper. We can make healthcare more cheaper. We can do so many substantial issues that I constantly advocate for.
And yet I know, and yet we don't, which is why people have the perception, right? Maybe on paper, everyone's getting enough money, but the perception.
No. People aren't getting. Wait, hold on. You keep saying.
Can I finish? I want to finish a statement.
You're saying enough, and I disagree with you. I'm not saying we should.
They're making more than enough.
No.
Okay. Stop. Hold on. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm kind of trying to understand exactly the through line for you, Hunter. Because I agree with like some of the policies. Of course, we got to improve in these different areas, but I wouldn't go out of my way, and I don't think this is what you're saying, but I just want to, at the very least, have an understanding, like perception that we can clear. Is I wouldn't go out of my way in saying that people and their feelings about the affordability as of right now is something that they made up. I do think there are cultural and conditional circumstances that have been embedded onto them, that the things that they have is something they have to have. So it's like,
so can you go to the 99 store and buy seasonings right now? Can you go to the 99 store and buy like
bro? That's
no, really, it's a real question. Like, can you go to the 99 store? Rodell, can you go to the 99 store right now and go buy any seasoning? Like
that has nothing to do with my
point. No, I know, but it does. Just answer the question. Yes or no? Can you?
Can I go to the 99-cent store?
Yeah, and buy pretty much any seasoning.
Gibbs,
you want.
we get it. That's more seasoning than anyone has ever been.
Hold on.
I don't disagree with
that's not his point. That's not his point. Let him make his point.
My point is, so right, you're talking about the economically and the perception, right? I'm saying is they thought wars over these spices, right? All these different things, right? That's what he says. But you're saying, okay, the perception, yeah, people are doing bad. I'm saying that we're right. Yeah, that's Ollie. But right, and he's kind of agreeing with you. I'm saying right now, even if I'm doing poor, if I'm broke, like I could go down to the 99-cent store, spend $5 and come back with garlic. I can come with salt, pepper, onion powder, and probably cayenne or paprika or something. And I can make, a dollar store steak taste pretty solid, right? Now versus, 10, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, they didn't even have that ability, like necessarily just because of preservation. They didn't even have 99-cent stores, right? Like just because we've advanced so far, the poorest here, you might perceive that you're doing badly, but in relative action, you are living better than most of the world has ever lived. Like ever in history. And so when you talk about,
we're not even living better than the people in the 90s.
When you talk about privilege, when you talk about privilege, you're actually coming from what you're arguing from. You are actually the one coming from a place of privilege because you don't know how good you have it.
Yes,
and you're actually arguing
I never brought up privilege.
Skip. Ollie just brought up the 90s, and that really pisses me off because the 90s had one of the greatest enormous crime waves in fucking
exactly as I was about to say.
It's fucking crazy how many riots we had constantly that we had
fucking
to deal
high
with.
murder
and
rates
we had
everywhere.
It took so much
Could
fucking
people afford
effort
their
to
house?
We're living in a time of like the least war, least murder, least crime. Like we have the best sanitation. We live the longest. Like everything is as good as it could, as good as it's ever been. And
wait, hold on.
We are still improving upon that.
Ollie, you have to understand that in the 90s, it was also really difficult difficult to buy a house.
Right.
It was really difficult to afford rent, and you had fucking gunshots out on the street. That's also why housing prices were lower.
I live
and
in
it's
the city,
still
so I still hear
it's
gunshots
still
on the
lower
street.
than. Just please.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm going to. Sorry. I'm stop talking. I'm going to finish my points. So yes, there are plenty of metrics where obviously emperors still live better. Yes, indeed, they lived longer. That's the thing, right? Today we have access to a better sanitation. Got it, right? Vaccines. Yeah, I know. I do a show about that, right? Like every Friday night, me and Corey, we do a show talking about being healthy, talking about the importance of vaccines, talking about the importance of medical breakthrough technologies, right? You don't need to tell me because I got it. I know, right? But there are other metrics that, of course, you're not taking into account. First of all, like as an emperor, right? You get the ability to have personal protection, right? And that like you have a personal guard, right? And you have a military behind you at your beck and call. That's the thing that happens. Now, doesn't mean they're invincible. Some of them were killed, obviously, right? But you have protection. You have an army next to you.
That's the worst example you could have gone with.
It's one of the best.
No, because we are in the safest. We are in the safest military.
Shut up. Hold on. Shut up. Hold on. Shut up for a second, right? Like no, people still fear. For instance, as an average woman, right, or as an average individual, especially in certain neighborhoods, right, depending on which neighborhood you are, right? Yes, the violence happens to you. Violence. You're still subject to violence. People can approach you and do things to you, whether that being random people or the police, right? They can't do that to you as an emperor. Right?
Okay, so
yes,
wait, hold on. I have a question.
Hold on. No, I'm not gonna hold on.
No. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go real quick.
No, you're not gonna
go. Just a quick question, because we're talking about Roman emperors, right?
No.
Are we talking about Nero? Are we talking about Caesar? Because how did they die? I forget. How did they die?
Personal protection.
In their sleep.
Happy.
Around 90 years
I'm
old.
pretty fucking sure
we're talking about
that they were literally killed.
Commodus.
Sorry. Hold on. What did I just say?
You're the 5 emperors.
And say they didn't get
4 emperors.
Like emperors didn't get killed. Of course they get. No one would say that otherwise, right? I'm saying that you have protection from random assaults, right? Not from
and they were less safe than we are now. They're less safe because they died more frequently.
Yeah,
you pick a Roman emperor and they probably died by a rival or some neighboring empire. Most people die lately due to heart disease or cancer because they're living till they're 70. That's the just reality.
Yeah, the gap between.
I don't believe that about Roman emperors. I think the ones that you were thinking of are the ones that died.
Who are you thinking of?
Who didn't die.
I think Nero and Caesar are the two ones that everyone thinks of.
I'm going to get down my list.
Commodus,
I'm going to get my list. You're not
Caligula. You're the 4 emperors. You're the 5 emperors. I can keep going.
Emperor, they get.
Caligula was assassinated.
I just literally just said that. Thank you.
They get freshly gathered and killed and prepared food night after night, right? They can get banquets whenever they want.
Am I. It was unsanitary food, though. Unsanitary food.
No, there were plenty of food that was sanitary.
I get a banquet every fucking night. I go to the local Chick-fil-A.
Go vegan.
Sorry, excuse me. I am going to get through this, right? Emperor has access to more food at any point in time than a regular person does. Well, if they're regular salary, at any point in time, they can have.
We have more access to food now. If I go to HEB, it's
right now.
If I go to HEB, if I go to HEB or Walmart, I have more food choices than an emperor did. You realize that, right?
Old country buffet is not the same as
if I go to a grocery store. If I go to a grocery store, it's better.
At any point in time, right? And then emperor.
I can do something from any part of the world. Like imported, like
just,
literally.
No, simply walking to a grocery store is not the same.
It's better. It's
I
better.
don't own the grocery store. I don't need to. Store, and it's not prepared.
I have a better food selection.
The grocery store.
Hold on, they're using their wealth to pay for this.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. We have Gibbs. Wait, just Prime. Just 1 second. I just wanted to mention this. I did just look up at like kings in Europe, how many of them died? It says 1,547 out of every 100,000, which currently we have a 6.51 out of every 100,000 for murder rates here. So it's
not good. I mean, also
murdered,
you're saying
that's
the food choice,
kings were murdered at like
also
1,000 times the rate.
Well, also Prime's fundamentally just like misunderstanding something here, because you're saying that they spent their wealth, or the emperors had their wealth, their power to do all this, have this banquet. Guess what? That's no fundamental difference than me taking my economic check, going to the grocery store, and using my wealth and power to have every option plus more options than they had. Like I could get Emerald Alfredo for the frozen section, and it'd be better than what their chef cooked. Like
from the selection.
Yeah, it's better now.
Selection. Hold on. Selection.
I can get it from anywhere in the fucking.
I get pecorino cheese tomorrow from Italy. I could get Muslim food tomorrow from the Arab market. I could get Mexican food from the taqueria.
We can have
Prime. They're just doing it on purpose. They're just doing it on purpose.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, they're bullshit. They're not actually engaging, right? You know,
we are engaging. You're not engaging.
But like any which way, right? Like yes, you have better selection. I will give you that, right? But that's not owning the food. That's not having delivered or prepared, right?
Why do I need to own it if I can just buy it?
Like army of chefs. No, that's different, right?
So I guess my question is,
it's still better than that.
No, and then emperors get space. That's what wealth allows you. It gives you space.
Nobody lives in my house other than me.
Space against. Yeah, sure. I give you space against the riffraff, the commoners, right? And that space also protects you. It protects you from.
We've been over
diseases.
That. It doesn't.
Yes, it does. Absolutely.
Not for disease.
I don't know 1,000 times rate.
Does, right? Actually, if you don't have disease spread, of course it does, right? Yes, of course it does. And those
the French Revolution happened, brother.
Live better. Emperor servants live better than simply like other slaves in other areas, right? Like of slaves of people of lesser status is what I'm trying to say. And so yes, there's like levels to this shit of between your servants and your slaves, because they have access to be able to clean themselves, right? And then there's emperors are more likely to reproduce. Yes, because they have money and access to women, access to females. You can reproduce more often.
Why do we have different lineages of emperors like multiple times? Did they just kill their kids? They just killed the kids.
Emperors get to impose their will and not be imposed upon. Right? The best you can oppose your will. Sorry, what?
Unless there's a
right, but within your kingdom, you can impose your will and not be imposed upon.
Yeah, unless you get fucking invaded, like happened all the fucking time.
But then the other king is the invader, right? And we're comparing. Wait, but then the other king that invaded is an emperor that we're also still comparing ourselves to, and we live better lives than them, right? We live a better life than
imposing your will.
You can just make the argument. It doesn't have to be the worst emperor, the best emperor to ever live, right? The one with all glory. We still live a better life than them. But that doesn't matter.
Wait, but isn't this off topic though? Like when we're talking about quality of life, like isn't this totally separate from like whether or not you're able to impose your will and things like that? Like that is separate from quality of life.
No, because he's a leftist who sees wealth as an inherent struggle. He sees it as an inherent zero-sum game.
No, it's not a zero-sum game. I never stop. Hey, you're gonna stop. You're gonna fucking stop trying to speak for me. Okay. That's not what I believe. So stop fucking saying that. Okay, great. Yeah. No, I don't believe it's a zero-sum game. Not at all. Well, that's a different subject, so I'll just leave that alone for now. But being able to impose your will rather than being imposed on, right? Like, tell that to, for instance, our undocumented immigrants here, right? Like the country is imposing its will upon them. Right? Tell it to poor individuals who get hassled by the cops and then sometimes killed by those cops for no particular reason, right? Either for no fault of their own, right? Like there is a being able to change the world around you, the local world. They didn't have limited power, but the local world around you, to your whims. Actually, of course, it's a form of protection.
I would wager a prisoner in the United States in maximum security, if they get stabbed, they're more likely to live than if you were a Roman emperor that got attacked by the Victorian.
They had better. We have better medicine here.
Oh, we have better. So then, okay. So then,
I agree.
You're right. So
What did I say previously? Again, this is you not actually engaging.
No, I am engaging.
I talked to you. I talked about, hey,
you're
not,
not,
we talk about this
relevant.
every fucking Friday.
It is relevant because this is the point that I'm making, right? Is if you take the person of the worst and lowest of the low in American society, the gap between them and a like highest level of a Roman emperor is so small, it's almost be negligible, right? Because we've advanced so far today. And this is someone that at one point in history, due to all the things you're saying, was literally a god for all intents and purposes. They were so high above the average person, they were literally a god. And right now, the average person in America is comparable to that. That is how quality of life has improved dramatically. You can talk about privilege and all these other things, but you're only proving my point, which is that we have advanced so far that this people can be doing dog shit in life here. You can live under a bridge and you're less likely to die from getting stabbed than if you're a Roman emperor. You're less likely to die from smallpox than if you're a Roman emperor. You're able to feed yourself probably better tasting food. If I go to Whataburger, arguably Whataburger might be better than anything a Roman emperor ever ate. You might be able to go down to the Walmart and get some frozen foods out of there and goddamn, don't show them what Totino's pizza rolls were. They probably would have started a war to invade that country. But now anybody can do it. And so when you're telling me this shit, you're not really being a serious person. Unless you're sitting here talking about like, oh, the privilege, you're coming from a place of privilege right now every time you argue this. That is the problem.
Okay, great.
Well, we've kind of definitely reached the time where I do think some things are being a little oversimplified regarding the understanding of why people feel the way they are. So I'm not going to try to do that argument again because it's a bit long-winded and Gibbs is going to interrupt me again. So I am instead going to ask Gibbs a question. Gibbs, do you think that the people who feel like they can't afford anything right now are delusional?
Should ask Hunter.
No,
in America.
No,
I don't think Hunter thinks that. I think he was arguing something else, to be honest.
No, I don't think. I mean, if they're by delusional, like I think they're just like
they're making it up in their head.
Crazy. No, yeah, I don't think they're making it up. I do think that the perceptions are skewed. I think that people have gotten sense of sort of comfort, and whenever they go online and see like Keeping Up with the Joneses, I think it makes people depressed. I think that technology has advanced so quickly, society hasn't really caught up to it, and I think that's driving a lot of depression and societal angst. But like in reality, I would say that yes, they're not delusional, and there are reasons why they believe the things they do. But the facts of the matter is that they are the best they've ever been for most people worldwide.
Well,
so
Rodell, just real quick, Rodell, just real quick, to put that in perspective. I mean, when like a stat that's brought up a lot is that like 60% of Americans don't believe that they could afford $1,000 emergency, right? That when you're talking about 60%, we're talking, when you look at the bottom 60%, we're including people who are making over $200,000 a fucking year at that point. And people who are making $200,000 a year also not being able to afford $1,000 emergency is fucking weird, dude. This is like when we're talking about putting these things in context is important because somebody who can makes like $40,000 to $60,000 a year, a lot of those people can easily afford $1,000 emergency because of the way that they portion their money, the way that they like the type of lifestyle that they live, whether or not they have roommates, but these are when people who go house broke and want to show off to all of their friends that they have such a nice house spend literally and I know this, I grew up in a very wealthy area where these people they called it house broke. I had to learn the term because it was a very common thing where they spent all of their money on their house and on their cars to impress their bosses and impress everybody else so they could get more deals and shit like that. And they struggled every fucking day and barely had anything in their fucking fridges and shit like that because
they feel like they had to Did they feel like they had to do that to get deals?
Do you think this applies to the majority of Americans that complain about affordability?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I don't think the house broke thing does. I mean, I think that once again, I think it's like it's all perception.
Wait.
Like,
you said you wouldn't say that, Tom. Would you say that?
Would I say what?
Do you think the perception that you're eliciting in terms of the scenario you gave, do you think that applies to the majority of Americans that complain about affordability?
No, definitely not.
But it certainly contributes to some degree of them who are complaining.
Yeah, so I'm saying we're overinflating it when we're talking about 60%.
Yes.
We're we're well overinflating.
Definitely, there are people who are broke who are saying that they're broke, and they're being very honest with the fact that they can't afford groceries.
But this is the other thing though. Is so I think it's also perception, for the region, right? So if you're making $60K in San Antonio, I could go to the bottle service every weekend.
Majority, or you're not confirming?
Wait, hold on.
I need to get something clear.
So I'm Tom, saying I would not say 60%. Okay, so when we're saying 60% cannot afford $1,000 emergency, I would say if we're being real and these people actually lived within their means, it would probably be closer to 20%. But I think those people truly can't afford a $1,000 emergency. It's just that I don't really care when you make $200,000 fucking dollars a year.
I'll give an example. There's something called lifestyle. Wait, hold on.
It can make sense.
The reason why I'm asking this is
it depends on the place where that happens.
Sure, I live in New York City.
There are people. Yeah, and in San Francisco, right? And people say, well, it's your choice to live in San Francisco, but if your job is there, if you're part of the tech industry and your job is there, then you have to live in that highly inflated house.
But you're not struggling for rent even in San Francisco with $200,000.
Yes.
But if you work in Texas at the .com air bubble we're having, right? Not.com, the tech bubble we're having, you can make 60, 70K and you can live like a king. If you're making 60K in Texas, in San Antonio, I can do bottle service every weekend at the club.
You could say that. I mean,
I'm saying it's location.
That's a different bubble of argumentation you can talk about these people, and you can bring up certain factors on why they think the way they think and how certain elements of people with extreme wealth have conditioned them to think this way in the first place. You can make that argument, but based off what I've been hearing from what you guys have been saying, you guys don't think the majority of the people have this kind of misguided notion. No, I'm assuming you think they're really struggling. So I just don't really understand.
We're saying very specific. Okay, when we're talking about struggling, it's a very weird conversation that we're having, because I've got a buddy of mine and he complains about being broke all of the fucking time, and he makes $90K, and we live in I live in the middle of fucking Utah. Rent is not that expensive back here. Obviously it's a problem.
Credit card debt?
No, he spends all he earns. He has lifestyle inflation, which is a term where you consistently spend all the money that you give. And he plays video games all the time. He spends all his money on magic cards. He likes fucking entertainment, and there's nothing wrong with that inherently. Okay. He is struggling in it. Wait, hold on. He is struggling in a sense because when he looks at his bank account, he does recognize, oh shit, wait, I'm going to have to move money around to pay rent this time. And that psychic damage genuinely does something to him because he keeps moving his money around. And yet he's also spending every time he gets his paycheck on $2,000 worth of magic cards. And all I'm saying is that is some percentage of the percentage of people who are saying that they can't afford a $1,000 emergency.
That's fine.
Hold on.
That's fine. But they exist in the first bubble that I was listening to, and I do think there's a different conversation on why these people perceive the way they do. And I don't necessarily think that their struggle is unrealistic considering how society is kind of made up. Regardless, I'm still speaking about the majority of the people that do not have $90,000 in their bank account. So my thing is, when we're having this conversation, and the reason why I use the word struggle, which you can use it as a generic term based off interpersonal,
would you say that about my friend?
But I'm using it in the contextual term of understanding the people who actually are suffering under economic pressures based off current American
society. Right, but wouldn't we look at that?
Wait, hold on.
Unless you tell me these people don't exist, then I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, but that's not, they don't exist. Hold on.
I want to break from
Hold on. Okay, so there was a period where I was making $60,000 a year plus bonuses or $70,000 a year. I lived so fucking comfortably, dude. I could afford my rent so easily. I was buying so much extra shit, nice fucking TVs and everything, and still had so much money that I was putting into fucking stocks and bonds and saving up thousands of dollars. And it was so fucking easy for me. But the reason it was because I worked in a fucking corporate job in Atlanta, and I drove an hour every fucking day to get there and then drove back to the fucking suburbs. Atlanta is the second highest rent in America. Has the second highest fucking rent in America. I'm not fucking paying that shit. I'm driving an hour. And this is one small inconvenience to me to have a billion other conveniences in my fucking life that a lot of people choose not to take. A lot of people would rather live in Atlanta and live close to work and live in a nice area where they have nicer, there's a lot of prestige that comes with living in Atlanta as well. And so there's choices that people make that makes it to where things are uncomfortable. And I think that we should improve that to make it to where people who live in Atlanta, people who live in New York City,
hold on, it's simpler than that.
We're over time. You guys, I'll give you guys all outros. We're over time. You can continue talking.
I'll land very quickly.
Okay.
Yes, I'll land very quickly. Is that I think that we should still improve those things for Atlanta to where we are able to make it to where rent is more affordable. I'm not arguing against that. I am arguing that the rate at which we believe people are struggling is overinflated. Not that it doesn't exist, but that it is overinflated.
Give me a percentage. I need to understand your frame of mind. I need to understand how much you think these people are really struggling.
Well, this is the difference between me and Tom and thinking this is just one sentence. All right, listen. In the world today, there are places in the world where it is and some of them are pretty advanced in Indonesia, right? Where you could go outside and get eaten by a python tomorrow. Like it literally happens to people at night. Okay. And guess what? Here in America, it is very unlikely, unless maybe you live in the Everglades, that you're going to get eaten by a fucking python or get eaten by a mountain lion. And these are not problems that we have. And so when you say you're struggling, yeah, it's relative. But if you compare to someone in another country, the poorest person in America living under a bridge doesn't have to worry about getting eaten by a fucking predator. And I think that is something that we need to take into account. So yeah, maybe someone's not doing as good as the next one, but it's all perception, really. And I think that's kind of where I'm breaking from Tom.
Okay, so I'm gonna give everyone an outro here. You guys can still keep talking afterwards. Nothing's stopping you from doing.
Find someone to stream out to.
I will. Thank you. Thanks for
that's an order, Brian. Do it.
I'm very thankful.
Hey, as the moderator, Prime, can you make sure that you outro to someone?
Okay, thank you so much.
Good shit.
Thanks all for being here. Thank you. Follow the channel if you haven't done so yet. Follow the channel. Follow the channels on any of the platforms you happen to be on. You know the buttons to do that if you'd like to. Okay, I'll give an outro to each of these individuals, starting with our friend Hunter. Thanks so much for being here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm Hunter Kozak. I make videos on TikTok mostly. I'm on YouTube. I'm on Twitter. Follow me there. I'm a progressive. I like talking about positive ways that we can meaningfully change people's lives. I know it doesn't seem like it if you have Ollie's framework or if you listen to everything Ollie's saying. Well, you think that I'm just cool with exactly how it is, the status quo. I think there's a lot of meaningful changes that we can be doing to fix people's lives, and I love talking about them. To answer Riddell's question, I don't know if the poverty line is super fair, but about 10% of the U.S. population, I just looked it up, is under the poverty line. Those people are for sure not fucking joking about how difficult it is to live in America. It can be hell. And I've seen a lot of people's circumstances that really freak me out. And there's a lot of ways that we can implement UBI, that we can ensure that there are basic guarantees to those people who are living underneath the poverty line, and probably people above the poverty line too, because something that we don't really talk about is welfare cliffs that really fuck over. Honestly, there's a really good conversation about the fact that the worst people, the people who have it the worst, are the people right above the welfare cliffs rather than the people who are actually below the poverty line, because they usually get benefits like Medicare and
you're absolutely correct, by the way.
Anyway, thanks for watching. Follow me on places. Thanks for having me, Prime. Hope I didn't annoy you too much. I'm sure I annoyed you a little bit, but hopefully not too much.
No. You were fine. No, it was a lot of fun actually.
Okay.
Next is our friend Gibbs. Gibbs, I'm very happy you were here.
I'm glad to be here. Thanks for having me back as always. Yeah, listen, I love coming on all these panels because, as much as Dems and Republicans hate each other, they'll never hate each other as much as liberals and progressives. And it is wonderful because they will keep eating each other alive. I'm a big fan. I was also very fun to have the liberals on the Republican side and speaking for the choice of sanity. Big fans of that. If you like what I have to say, check it out. I was on the Social Hour with Sean Kelly. We're going to be on that show should be posted soon. I'll let y'all know. Wednesday, we're going to be debating Destiny is some new person with Dragon Fists. Be exciting. That'll be a YouTube exclusive because Twitch has got him banned. So that'll be cool. So check that out. And we got a lot of new stuff coming up. It's good stuff. Thanks for always having me. And yeah, I'm also going to raid some Big to EU off this. So big fan, guys. We're doing this in the manner of Prime. All things good. That's the way to do it. And that hits as always.
I wanted to say two things. First, in our DMs, Gibbs thought like the topic would be over in a half hour. It wasn't.
We did move off the main thing into whatever this is.
Only to the last half hour or so.
I said earlier to somebody that I was talking to, I said this is either going to turn into an abortion debate or something totally unrelated, and ended up being both. So
I did have a hint
for the most, and the abortion was related. Yeah, abortion was related to the topic, right?
It was a good comment.
Yeah. Okay. And then the second thing I wanted to say is that, hey Gibbs, I didn't know all that stuff about your past. I didn't know you were adopted, and I know that stuff about your mother. And yeah, it's really fortunate. I just want you to know that I love you, Gibbs. Right? I think you're a good dude. And I enjoy hanging out with you. Yeah, I'll hug.
Yeah.
Hey, Tom, join them. You gotta
come join us, man.
And I want you to know that, like, if I ever call you degenerate, it has nothing to do with your father. It's because you are uniquely a moral individual.
That's right. That's right. I did this on my own. It's not his fault.
Yeah.
It is because my decisions. Right. That's right. Goddamn.
Yeah. How could he have daddy issues if he didn't have a dad?
That's right. I actually, for the record,
he had a dad.
Checks out.
Yeah, my dad family is my real parents. Call about that, and that motherfucker is a saint. Like now my mom. Sure. That's why he's a saint, because he had to deal with her. So that, you know what I'm saying? Like that's usually how it works.
Just I don't know how it interacts with your life, but my heart goes out to you, friend.
I appreciate it. I mean, I don't think about it, so it's all right. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to our good friend Corey. Thanks for being here, friend.
Thank you for having me. Always grateful to be invited. I do. So I appreciate Hunter for all the engagement that you did in me grilling you with my questions. I also have to comment that I do find it interesting that you had valid critiques of, I think, like Ali and Riddell, like not understanding the theory of mind of conservatives. But then I would say you seem to struggle with a theory of mind of understanding Ali and Riddell as well. But yeah,
and Prime.
And Prime, absolutely. But you can find me on Twitch, CoreyCam84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, Substack, TikTok. It's Corey Campbell. Ali, Tom, Riddell, Gibbs, Hunter. Always a pleasure. Love you, Brian.
Wealth is zero sum. You either have it or you don't. Okay.
Was that Prime talking? I could have sworn that was Prime talking.
Dude, that's
for sure something that only Prime would have
like
said.
There's two of you.
That was not me. I can tell you that. That was not me.
Let's go to Riddell. Riddell, you've been fantastic over these past few weeks, and we really want more of you. So I'm happy that you showed up tonight, and hopefully you'll show up in the future.
Yes, sir. These are interesting conversations. I don't really get to talk with a lot of people about politics. So that's not really my circles typically. With that said, Riddell, I am the host of the podcast called Purple Political Breakdown, where I talk about politics. Similar to Hunter, I prefer to talk about solutions, talk about things to improve the country. Of course, I'm heavily critical of things that I think are bad, i.e. like MAGA or, other lefties that I really don't like either. But for the most part, I do want to push the country in a proper direction. And I do think understanding certain things in terms of like the issues that we currently have need to be dissected and analyzed and truly really understood on why people have certain point of views, because politics is only important when people understand people, to be honest. With that said, you can check out my podcast on all audio platforms. I also do live stream. I had a recent conversation with a great young progressive Ohio candidate who's running in Ohio. He was pretty cool. And I plan to talk with like more people, of course. I did a whole thing about Supreme Court packing, and that was very interesting. I'm not going to lie. So with that said, check me out and to see some good conversation.
You pro or against court packing?
Yeah, there's only one right answer.
Amen. I do think there's some valid things there. I'm not all the way there. I'm definitely pro term limits. I'm pro ethics reform. And I do think the court packing argument is extremely valid, especially when you know for a fact in 2016 MAGA started it. So I just want to
true.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally not fascist or socialist at all to want to pack the court and subvert the Constitution. Totally. Yeah.
That's why we've done it.
I also think that in 2016, when fucking shit, what is his? I can't remember.
Exactly.
McConnell?
You forget
McConnell? No, McConnell. Yeah, McConnell. What did you say?
Okay.
So let's go to our friend Tom. Tom, I also learned some things about you, friend. And I'm also again happy that you made it through those very rough times. You've always been really fun and positive person to be around. So whatever those times you were dealing with before, it seems to have made you stronger. So shout out to you, friend.
Appreciate it. I did want to ask Hunter. I was literally going to ask, what is your position on court packing?
It's based as fuck.
Okay,
love to hear
it. I do you have Discord?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah, he's in the
pretty
Discord
sure we're all in a
with
group
you.
call
The
right
Discord
now.
group
Added
DM.
you.
Oh, we
Yeah, the
are in
group
a group
DM.
call.
I think I added you as a friend.
Tom muted it the moment he joined. He's like, I don't want to hear this from these mother.
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll send you a DM later.
Okay.
So I actually really like the last conversation that we got into because it is part of something that I talk about very regularly. Is that I do think like within the populist rhetoric that is growing in America, that we are primed to be unhappy with everything regardless of how good it is. And especially I think like within our politics, I think that a lot of people think things are a lot more corrupt and a lot worse off within our government than they actually are. And I think it's the same for the economy. This isn't to say that there aren't problems. Like the middle class is shrinking, and there are definitely issues with the differences between the privileges that the ultra wealthy have when it comes to lobbying and getting things that they want done that poorer people don't have. And so there are issues with the wealth gap, but that there are issues with a wealth gap inherently, I don't agree with that. And I think that like people are able to make it. And it seems as though from after COVID, there were tons of studies done showing that a growing amount of millennials were choosing to work less and were averaging about 30 hours a week, which to me was a triumph for the economy, that it showed that a lot of people were able to just choose not to spend the majority of their time at work, that they valued personal time. They valued playing video games. They valued hanging out with their girlfriends and hanging out with their friends and, doing all sorts of other things more than making money. And that to me says, oh, wow. So these people are capable of paying their bills on less time working and are able to then have more leisure time. This is a huge W for us. And I like to hear it. I like to see it. It's also causing a lot of problems within our workforce because we're having less people who are working and causing labor shortages. But we'll get a bunch of immigrants in here to fix that soon.
Hell yes.
Gavin Newsom in office, but
hell yes.
These are issues that I think are very important and really good conversations that I think should be had more, is the state of our economy, how bad it is in reality. And I would say that like it's probably about 20 to 30% of people actually are truly struggling to some extent. I think people who make $40,000 a year or less are going to have a hard time, and especially if they have to live in a big city where things are a lot more expensive across the board. They even have to pay like $12 a fucking cigarette carton sometimes in New York. Like it can be really expensive to live in certain places. But in the words of the great Ben Shapiro, just move. I think smart idea.
And last but not least, we had our friend Ali, who it's always interesting, like which topics you end up being the center of. Like it doesn't happen often, but when it does, it gets pretty explosive. So I like to see it when like you're out there fighting the whatever good fight is that you're involved in, and like how you approach it, how you argue it, because you usually do it very differently from a lot of how the rest of us do it. So anyway, I was just happy just to watch you work. Whether I agree with you or not. But yeah, shout out to you, Brian.
Yeah. Yeah. So what I will say is, listen, I have no problem admitting a lot of you guys are a lot smarter than me. You guys do a lot more research. You guys do research, period, right? You know statistics and you know history, and I am simply what I like to call the voice of the everyman, right? This is just like, I see the topic, I have an opinion, this is my opinion, then I get yelled at for it, and I watch everyone else get yelled at, which probably have kind of the same opinion as me. They have the same feeling as me, right? Which Hunter, like, to your point, I don't have to say anything. I think a lot of people are disillusioned with like the Democrats. I think a lot of people are disillusioned with like your basic liberalism. I think your average American, your left-leaning American, is looking around the world and they're seeing other countries develop and kind of get like the free shit that they want. They just want the free healthcare and the free college and the free school. I think these things help, right? And I think during COVID, you saw a lot of Americans not go to work because there was a lot of government assistance being handed around and passed around during these. There was a lot of rent stoppages or like rent short, whatever it may be. The people had more money. They were able to have more time. I actually couldn't work for like a year and a half during the pandemic. I wasn't going out of my way to get a job. I was going to ride that, government benefit. But like Hunter, what's going on is I think the people online are too smart. You guys are looking at the statistics, and then you're not looking at the average person who doesn't give a fuck about the statistics and only gives a fuck about how they feel, right? They give a fuck about how they feel and what they're seeing. Like to your point, yeah, that your friend's making $90,000 a year, but he's kind of in a loop of like, well, I made this kind of money, so I should be living this kind of lifestyle. This is what was kind of a little bit promised to me. I like magic cards. Magic cards are expensive, especially if you want to build certain decks, you want to buy certain cards. It just is. So people get looped in the lifestyle. So it's like the amount of money you make. Yeah, there's the competing with the Joneses, but you don't just get to stop because like, what was the point of making the money? The money isn't just to like, the money's to spend, the money's to buy. That is what America is. I make money, I get to buy. I shouldn't be in fear of losing my job or losing these opportunities and losing these things. But we see that like a lot of people are disillusioned. We're looking around the world. Everyone seems to be living a better life. Maybe it's the propaganda, right? But like, you guys are like not in touch with your base. You haven't even gotten to the Free Palestine part yet, right? We've gotten to so many panels. I ended every time Free Palestine, but like we haven't even gotten there. We haven't even agreed on that yet. And you want like right now, the only reason you're winning is because you have an anti-Trump party. I'm sorry, but yeah, thanks Prime for having me.
Ollie, I learned a fact for you, by the way, just because you liked this fact last time. Are you ready for this? More people die from lightning strikes worldwide than gun homicides in the United States each year.
More people in the UK die from heat exhaustion than gun violence. Per capita, if you adjust it. Right?
I said that one too, and you didn't like that one either.
Gibbs,
this is something I've literally been talking about for like a year. It's funny that everybody else is all of a sudden saying this.
I'm not gonna lie, Tom. I think I saw you say that statistic.
Gun-related other stuff.
And I'm regurgitating it.
Wait, what statistic?
That per capita, more people in the UK die of heat exhaustion than Americans die of gun
I always say it's from more people who die from not having AC than people die from guns in the US, but it's not really.
I learned that gun fact just for you, Ollie. Just for you. I thought of you this week when I learned that.
Yeah, I mean, hey, shout out. I do think oftentimes when we have conversations about like these that I was definitely in the camp before was like understanding the statistical probability of things.
I already read it out, just so you know.